Build in public early today. All right, so I am just share. We're trying to create, trying to, or we already know and approach this from first principles. From first principles basis. Answer what would be approach the problem from the greenfield today. Yep, and there we go. Snap, come on. No, this is annoying. Sometimes you misclick. I hate when that happens. So what we're doing today, and unfortunately I can't do that correctly. So let me write a quick banner for this. My mousing game is totally worthless. Designing APIs from first principles. Up in the chat to share any ideas on how to approach this. You were to unencumber. Oh, that's not unencumbered. Unencumbered. Were you to be unencumbered by what you already know? Greenfield, seedling. Also going to an exhibition. Or later today, so we have an early built-in public stream going. For ideas, and then on the API design best practices front, folded hands. There we go. Now enter. Here we go. All right, so this is what's going on. We're designing APIs from best practices or first principles today. So kind of like imagine if we could kind of like forget everything we know from, or everything we've seen so far in terms of all the APIs that we've worked with, or all the companies that we've seen APIs from that we've maybe collaborated with somehow. And then think about like what's kind of like a clean way to do it. Yesterday we looked at Redocly for documenting. A lot of frameworks already provide like automatic open API spec generation, and they provide like some tooling to kind of like visualize it easily, Redocly like. But there's so many other things that you have to consider. There's auth. So today I found during my coffee walk an interesting video from 6 years ago. So I guess what I'm going to do, I'm going to just share the screen so the video will be visible. And then I'll switch to my other monitor. And then I guess we're just going to.
So who wants to like
get a sense of how this works? Bootstrapping. All right, so where were we? Like this is some old idea. I guess you can do some of this with Istio, but I'm not too sure. So let's just listen to this while we're working through some other stuff.
So building it as a proxy gives us language independence, which means that we don't really care what the services are implemented in. We're just going to put something in front of the services and in front of the outgoing HTTP requests on the other services. We get great support. Most HTTP clients will respect the HTTP proxy environment variable and just use that to send outgoing requests. And we wanted a solution that gave us non-invasive protection. So as I mentioned originally, the goal was to be able to communicate between Quay and Claire. And Claire is an open source project. And we really didn't want to go and have to hack in a bunch of auth and a bunch of Quay-specific protection into this open source project. So we wanted to be able to protect a service without the service necessarily being complicit in that idea. We were really inspired by the OAuth proxy project for this. If you're familiar with OAuth proxy, you can basically just secure any service by throwing it behind a proxy that will authenticate using an OAuth provider. In our case, we use Google Apps. Of course, there's a few downsides to choosing a proxy architecture. We have to take an extra network hop. We could avoid this if we did all the authentication directly within the service itself. And finally, if we need to communicate over SSL, we actually have to man in the middle of that SSL in order to layer auth on top of that. Okay. And then so we also had to choose a method of authenticating within these actual requests that are being.
I'm realizing that there's potentially an opportunity here for me to figure out if this thing works in StreamYard. So I'm going to hop back to the YouTube live stream of this stream, doing some Inception-esque stuff. And I want to figure out if I will be able to hear myself, hear the audio from this tab, because now I'm just sharing a tab. I'm going to share it and mute myself and see if you can still hear anything. So I'm muting myself and then I'll be playing the video and see how it works. Let me open myself here. All right.
Created by the proxy and terminated.
This is kind of sweet. So apparently when I'm sharing tabs, the audio is directly routed from the tab. This is beautiful about Chrome. Okay, cool. So I can just play the video and I don't have to worry about my own sound quality. Sweet. All right, let me drop the volume a wee bit. Cool.
Terminated by the proxy on the receiving side. And by the way, if the proxy stuff doesn't make sense, I'll show a demo in a little bit in an architecture diagram.
All right.
So the first thing we considered was just using API keys. So how many of you
come on, I'm sorry.
You have interacted with a service that uses just statically pre-shared secret of an API key? It's really easy to understand. I just have this secret and I put it in a config somewhere and then everything just works. The hard part about it is actually bootstrapping this whole system. So who wants to generate a key for any one of 100 different services that we're running? And then if you try and share that thing automatically, and if you try and generate it automatically, we now have the problem of securing the secret store itself, right? Like how do I tell the secret store that I am this service that I'm claiming to be and use that to achieve my secret programmatically? We also had some AWS customers who weren't using VPC. Amazon has very few guarantees about the security of your traffic within a data center if you're not using VPC. So you really don't want these API keys to be compromised and then have the lifetime extend infinitely. Some services, as I mentioned, may be outside the firewall. This was the builder case for one of our customers earlier. And like I said, one of these things gets compromised. There's an unbounded amount of access when the secret is leaked. I mentioned that we considered just using client certs in between all of your services. Who's using SSL client certs in between your services? What are the good parts about them? You can revoke them. Yeah, if you have the revocation policy well defined. What are the bad parts about them? Yeah, generating them, managing them. You have your whole PKI infrastructure for your organization that's probably already in place, and integrating with that can be a pain. So we really like the idea of using SSL client certs. Like I mentioned, we're already using them between Claire and Quay for a Quay.io hosted solution. But when we talk about deploying this thing in the enterprise and deploying it behind people's firewalls, we're essentially asking them for either a whole slew of certs to be generated on our behalf, or we're asking them for a private key for an intermediate cert that will allow us to just generate certs that play nicely with their whole PKI. And if you've ever worked with like a large enterprise, you'd realize that this is usually a non-starter. So there's also some of our clients are also using load balancers that are managed by their ops team. So if you're terminating SSL at your load balancer, usually those load balancers have the ability to do client cert verification. But sometimes it can be difficult to get your ops team to even agree to it, right? To be like, yeah, we'll turn on client cert verification for this random third-party piece of software that you bought. How about next quarter? So this doesn't really meet the idea of having painless auth that was part of our original goal. So the thing that we settled on was HMAC. Does anybody know what HMAC stands for? I'm sure somebody does.
HMAC.
Okay, well, HMAC is hash-based message authentication codes. So you basically just take your message. In this case, the message is an HTTP request, and you hash it together with a secret. I'd like to note that this is not actually how you generate an HMAC for any of the existing HMAC solutions. So please don't go back, implement this code, and then come and tell me that like my HMACs were wrong. But anyway, the idea is that you by hashing a secret together with information about the request itself, you get this very strong protection about being able to verify that the message that I've received hasn't been tampered with. I'd like to point out that the headers in the request body are also in there. This is both a good thing in that the request body can't be tampered with, but also a challenge, as I'll get to in just a second. Right, so some of the virtues, some of the reasons that we were attracted to HMAC are that you don't actually have to put your secret in the request like you would if you were using an API key. Additionally, because you're hashing the secret along with the request, this is just a simple, like, cryptographically secure hash, and it's a super fast algorithm. And as I mentioned, the request itself is signed, which means that if you're behind your firewall and if you're on a network that you trust, these things, the request is still signed, so you know that they're not being tampered with by that black hat that got behind your firewall. So this was, how many of you guys are using AWS? Who's familiar with the AWS v4 signing scheme? So it's essentially this, right? So there's a lot of prior art in using an HMAC to secure an API call. Amazon has been using them for over a decade to secure the EC2 and S3 APIs. And the way they invented these, one of the really cool properties of not transmitting the secret is that you can actually send these things in the clear. And then the v4 scheme that we actually went out to implement has integrated a lot of the learnings from the v1 and v2 Amazon schemes they started with. So here's a simple block diagram of what we set out to implement.
All right, let me focus.
And maybe don't photograph this because this isn't where we ended. But
okay. Don't photograph.
We essentially had HMAC proxies, right? So we built both a forward and a reverse proxy. And this was the idea of being able to layer security on in a non-invasive fashion. We had a secret store where an admin would go and generate a secret. This is similar to the IAM console in AWS, if you're used to that. So you'd go there and you generate a secret and you distribute that secret to all of your services. And then they would be able to generate HMAC at the proxy layer and send those authorized requests back and forth and verify the HMACs on the receiving side. So service A and service B actually know nothing about the authentication that's happening between the services. So we really like this idea. We went out and we built a prototype. We spent maybe a week or two building out the prototype. It was no more than one of our sprints. And we realized that this thing just isn't going to work at all. We were seeing 100% signature error rate. It seemed to be architecture dependent and not request dependent. So we had to take a step back and say, like, what the hell is going on here? And do we need to just like get rid of this whole project and start over? So hopefully we don't have to do that. So we need to answer, like, how did we end up here and how do we move forward? So I mentioned earlier, the request is signed. Who thinks they know why HMAX failed, given that proxy architecture and given that the HMAX is signed? Why do you think it failed? Headers? Yes. So it's actually the request and the headers that get signed. Here's an example of an AWS V4 signature. I broke it apart to make it easier to see and obviously omitted a bunch of the data. But as you can see, it actually signs headers. And the set of headers that you're signing turns out to be super important. So our first idea was to just sign and verify all of the headers, right? Like, that's obviously the most secure. It's great. But it was quickly apparent that we ended up with extra headers. And where the hell are these extra headers coming from? So if our load balancer is there, right? Any kind of reverse proxy is going to add these headers on for you very helpfully and quite necessarily by default. But are these things required to be signed or not on the receiving side, right? So you're like, oh, that's easy. They all started with X forwarded. We'll just whitelist any header that says X forwarded. Easy peasy. We solved the problem. Unfortunately, there are also things that will remove headers quite helpfully for you. So if you're using Nginx to do your load balancing, or if you're using Nginx as a reverse proxy, if you turn on the proxy caching module, it'll just go through and it'll strip off all of the cache-related headers. And I say helpfully, quite tongue-in-cheek, because this causes quite a bit of trouble if you've signed those headers and you need the values of those headers to verify that signature. Right, so obviously, the way you verify an HMAC is you take all of the same data that went to generate the original HMAC and you walk through that signing process again to recreate it. And if we've lost the headers, we can't actually verify the signature anymore. Okay, so what if we only sign the absolute minimum number of headers that we have to? Maybe just like the host. The problem with this is that some headers actually have really strong semantic meaning. So cookies, yeah, it's a good one. Here's a header that's used for optimistic concurrency. So this header basically says only mutate the backend if the resource that I'm trying to modify hasn't been changed since yesterday. And so what if a black hat goes and strips this header, right? What if they say, like, I'm just going to take that header because it's not signed and I'm going to remove it from your request. So now this means that my request is always going to mutate the backend. And this is definitely not what I intended when I originally created the request. This made me unhappy. So obviously the solution is to just sign the relevant headers, right? Which headers matter? It turns out in a proxy architecture, you just don't know. So this was just kind of a non-starter. Since Amazon is generating these clients and Amazon is verifying the requests on their own side, they actually know which headers are semantically relevant. And this is actually done not in a proxy layer, but in a client library layer. So this is why Amazon can get away with it and why we couldn't. So we're back to our original solution. Let's just throw the whole thing away and we'll go get a hamburger and just decide where to go next. But we thought maybe there's just one thing we could do that would save our bacon, right? Maybe we could replace the authentication scheme, the signing scheme, with something else that works a little bit better for our use case. So JWTs are all the new hotness. Everyone's using them, so why not us?
Looked into that yesterday.
So this is essentially what a JWT is. It's a combination of a set of headers. The headers tell you how this thing has been encoded, right? So this JWT was signed with the RSA 256 algorithm, which takes a hash of the message and then signs it. There's some claims. There's a claims section to the JWT. In this JWT, we're claiming that the issuer of this token was the Koi service. And we've also included a nonce. A nonce is a value that you don't use more than once. It protects you from replays. And then in the claims section, you're essentially answering like the what, who, the why, and the where of what this thing is claiming. And then the signature itself proves that the person who said they signed it is actually the one who signed it. So because we're using RSA, we actually have a really strong cryptographic proof that the person who holds the private key is the one who signed this JWT. So like we identified the virtues that we were going for with HMAC, we also identified a set of virtues for JWTs. So like in HMAC, a JWT doesn't actually transmit the secret in the message. So this is great if you have to send this thing over non-encrypted traffic at any point in your infrastructure. Because we're using RSA signatures, the secret is actually never transmitted, which means that we don't even have that bootstrapping process where we generate a pre-shared key and send it to all the hosts. We can actually use the fact that it's asymmetric crypto to keep the key, keep the private key with the actual person who's doing the signing. Right, so the JWTs are signed, which means that they can't be tampered with. They're resistant to replay attacks because we include a nonce with our JWTs. They can be transmitted in the clear because they're, it's just a signature. We're not actually transmitting anything sensitive. And we can also put information about the request itself in the claims section. So I'd like to say that, I'd like to point out that we're not actually doing this, but it is an option if you have to have a stronger guarantee about the request itself. Because the responses aren't signed, we still actually recommend that you try and use a really secure network, or you use SSL everywhere where these things are being transmitted. So they have weaker guarantees about the request and the response themselves. And so this is our new architecture where we've replaced the HMAC proxy with a JWT proxy. The parts in white are new. So we've replaced, basically, like I said, we just did a substitution, string substitution everywhere we used HMAC, we now use JWT. And you'll notice that instead of being a secret store, now the thing on top is actually a public key store. And this is actually, makes it easier to bootstrap a cluster. So now I'm going to switch and do a quick demo, hopefully.
Let's see. So we'll kind of fixate on that diagram again. So admin approves public keys are there. We have service A, service B. They have JWT proxy, and then that happens JWT auth. All right. So this begs the question whether we implement the auth side in our baby services directly in service, or if we kind of like elevate it up and use something like a proxy in between. It's probably a lot harder if we're using like a PaaS like Render or Railway or Fly or whatever. If we were to do it in Kubernetes, I'm guessing there is a constellation in which you have some Istio-based sidecar related jazz helping you out there. But okay, cool. We just keep.
We've replaced, basically, like I said, we just did a substitution, string substitution everywhere we used HMAC, we now use JWT. And you'll notice that instead of being a secret store, now the thing on top is actually a public key store. And this is actually, makes it easier to bootstrap a cluster. So now I'm going to switch and do a quick demo, hopefully, if this thing cooperates. Can you guys see that? All right, and then okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to spin up a service that we want to protect. In this case, I'm just going to spin up request bin. Request bin is open source, which I think is super cool. I never knew that. So here I have just my own local version of request bin. And I'm just going to create a new bin. Come on. All right, this isn't going to work so well on this resolution. Still there? Awesome. Okay, so here's my request bin. If you're familiar with request bin, it's just something that you can throw requests at and it'll do a thing. So in this case, I just used curl to make a request, and then it tells me exactly what happens. So now I'm going to spin up all the stuff that I need to protect this using JWT proxy. First, I'm going to spin up Quay, which is what we're using as our secret store, or our public key store. Everything's running locally on my laptop, but it would be the same in production. Then I'm going to start up, first I'll start up a reverse proxy to protect the service. So now I've got a reverse proxy that is running on port 8081 that I can send my request to, that I'm trying to send to request bin. Oh no.
Okay, I gotta fix this. Gotta find the right tab, so pause this. I believe I'm still muted. Come on, let me figure this out. This is a tech issue. Let's see if we can resolve this. If I unmute, doesn't work. All right, so I can't play back in this setup. What I can do, however, right, so I can prevent screen. Yeah, share screen, entire screen. It's hard to tell. Okay, this is the one, share. All right. Can you see multiple? All right, so what I'm really trying to do too many things at the moment. So I'm sharing multiple screens, as you can tell. I can add this one to the stream. I can add that one to the stream. But I can't share both. Ugh, that's annoying. The only way it will work is if I were to share my screen as a camera. All right, so the whole kind of like idea of being able to fast switch doesn't quite work. I mean, okay. It's easier than stop presenting and then doing it all over again. So I can live with that. So let me see. That's my Emacs thing. Okay, so this screen I can keep in the mix, but I have to figure out power control for the way for me to mute that thing from playing. By dropping the volume to 0 and muting, gradually trying to figure out on the devices playback somewhere here. See if we can play anything here. Probably the wrong. Oh, this is it. Okay, let's play just a video. Where does it show up? This is not helpful. It kind of like the Linux thing. I don't get a good sense of where this is. Check. not anywhere in there. Mute any of the audio outputs. Curious. Okay, so how does this work now? Oh, here we go. Chromium input record string from, right, that one. Fine. There's absolutely no audio coming out. Let's see. This thing was muted. Maybe I have to. This thing here. Double check. There's no way for me to control it here. I can mute this microphone. But I can't control playback. Or can I? Can I, in the guest window, which is here? Look, so like, let's close this again. Okay. Here. Oh. Okay, so I do hear something. Where is it playing? All right, so I'm still having the feedback problem. Yeah, okay. You know what? We're just aborting. We left the stream. We're just going back to the old setup. This is something I'll have to figure out with OBS. I don't have time for this. We're like 40 minutes in API FT string. That's what we were doing. So here. Let's look at it. Let's watch the demo.
Right, so it's saying that I can't actually make that request because there was no JWT included in the request. So it's now protected by this reverse proxy. And now I'll spin up the forward proxy portion, which just uses the HTTP proxy protocol. So every client has every client has built-in support for it. So what you'll see is that it actually just generated an RSA public-private key pair on the local host, and now it's waiting for an administrator to go and approve that key. So this is what I mean about not ever actually having to transmit that key. That key lives with this forward proxy and is never actually transmitted. So now if I go over here, I'll see that there should be a new key request. So here's the new key request, and by approving it, I'm saying that you should trust this key represents that service. Right, so now our key is approved, so now we can mint JWTs. So if we go back and we tell our curl to use that proxy, which is running on 8080, we've actually successfully put a JWT onto our request on the way out and then verified it on the receiving side. And so what that looks like in our request bin is here. We've added a bearer token that contains the JWT, and this thing makes a lot of strong claims about the request that came out. And so we'll use JWT.io to just take a look at that. So here we can see that it was an RS-256 signed JWT. We've used all of the strong JWT claims that you need to use, like don't use this thing if it's before this time, don't use this thing if it's after this time. The issuer was this sample sender, so you can be sure that the request came from this person. And then this is just the nonce to protect it from replay attacks. So this JWT can't be used again on the same on the same verifier. Okay, so back to my slides. Okay, so as I pointed out, we're using RSA for this, which is really interesting because we have strong claims about who, or we have a strong idea about who actually signed this thing, because that private key never gets transmitted. It's like the private key that you generate for your SSL certs. You're the only one who ever has access to that, so nobody else can claim to be you. It also allows us to, using a clever implementation of the key server, we can actually rotate our keys automatically. So this is pretty similar to the Acme protocol used by Let's Encrypt. So we can actually rotate our keys by just publishing a new key and signing that with our old key. So we can mitigate the lifetime of a compromised key. But unfortunately, generating an RSA signature is actually kind of slow. So I ran a test, and it takes approximately 9 milliseconds to generate an RSA signature on an M3 medium instance on EC2. And when we're talking about service-to-service auth, this is actually kind of a long time. And this is an area that we're looking to improve, the JWT proxy. Which brings me to our future work. Where do we see this thing going? So obviously, we want to do performance improvements. So RSA is only one of the required, or is only one of the available signing mechanisms for a JWT. You can also use an HMAC with a secret. And because we know the public key of the person who is sending these original requests, we can actually encrypt a secret and send it back with our response. This may sound really familiar because this is exactly how SSL works. We could actually do that within our sessions for our JWTs. And that would get us approximately 1,000 times speed up on generating those signatures for that session. We can also integrate with your cloud providers to do automatic key approval. You saw that step where I had to go and approve the key manually. But if you're using something like Kubernetes to schedule your microservices, Kubernetes already knows what you're running and where. So Kubernetes could say, like, automatically approve keys that come from this place at this time, because I know I just started a service over there. And this would really improve the bootstrapping process for bringing up a new cluster with this service-to-service auth. We also want to make the key server responses cacheable. So right now they are cacheable, but they're not signed. So we want to also include a JWT with the key server responses. So this way the key server doesn't become a critical part of the infrastructure, like a tier 0 dependency. So if the key server goes down, as long as you have a previously signed key server response, you should be able to continue operating in the steady state. And we'd also like to make improvements to the way we handle nonces. So if any of you guys have ever heard of server-side nonces, you can actually generate a nonce on the server side and say, use this nonce the next time you make a request. And in this way, you can actually issue sequential nonces, and you can really get a much higher amount of efficiency when storing those nonces on the verifier side. Because right now we have to store what's essentially a random value for the entire lifetime of that JWT, which is an attack service, is a denial of service attack surface. If you can mint valid JWTs, you could mint millions of them and just exhaust the nonce storage. As Brandon mentioned, this is open source as of a couple weeks ago. You can find it at github.com CoreOS JWT proxy. We encourage contributions. We've been running it in Quay hosted for a couple weeks now. It works really well for us. And with the Quay Enterprise v1.16 release that went out last Friday, we're also now bundling this with Quay Enterprise for securing Claire and those other services that I mentioned before. That's all I had. Any questions? In the back? So the question.
All right, so let's see if there are any interesting questions here.
Is, do we have plans to integrate with Kubernetes? Based on when it spins up, see, rather.
JWT proxy, okay. So I'm going to share the other screen, the stop screen, present, share screen, top half, share. Cool. Okay. So I was looking at this just a second ago. What What does this do? OAuth proxy. I don't need that. I don't need the OAuth type of API that we're shipping. Oh, the thing, it's a nice idea. But if you look at, maybe I should just go back to screen one. Let's do a quick inventory. So Stripe just uses bearer keys. Pretty basic, I believe. Let's glance this over. They have the first page I was on mentioned. There we go. Basic auth. Yep, bearer. Which I guess is good enough. So bearer format, so maybe there's a way that we can do both. So let's say bearer. Doesn't need to generate by an authorizing service. This is primarily for documentation of service. Okay, fair enough. What else do we have? Hang on, the extension not work. This thing was turned. Why? I don't even know why this is there. Finally, I don't know if there was a key binding to add this to the ignore list. Anyways, I'm happy about this working again. But my search commands don't work. Just go to the options page. Didn't ignore any of this. Smooth scrolling. Weird. Let's reload. Let's see if that changes anything. Oh, here we go. There's the search bar at the bottom. All right, so when we were looking for bearer format. Okay, cool. So this is a good section. Security scheme object example. We can do HTTP scheme basic. We can do API key. That's the type. Either API key HTTP, mutual TLS, OAuth 2 or OpenID Connect. Okay, cool. And this is a bearer, JWT bearer sample. Let's figure out what bearer format. Only 3 entries. Let's do it. How the bearer token is formatted. I guess then it doesn't make any fundamental, like it does make quite a bit of a difference, but I feel like it's going to be bearer token, and I don't think we really care. Right now, this is an implementation detail, whether it's a JWT or not. So from a best practices perspective, I guess it's okay. Listen, if Stripe is kind of like cool, taking just bearer, like bearer style, bearer auth, then I'm cool with that. I don't know what's encoded in this thing. I wouldn't be able to tell. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Not now. Let's just look at authentication. Same thing here. Bearer, fine. What's the header for? Okay, so we do token has insufficient permissions, either 404 or 403, right? Okay, cool. So what we want to figure out is, do we handle it inside of this thing? It's kind of like an optional thing, right? We decide to put it here or elsewhere. I'm just going to document to go. I'm also going to take a look at come on, not static. Let's see. Box right now, so it's a template API. What do we want to be clear here? All right, so items, authorization, and there. Is anything here? The tokens, the scope. All right, required scopes. Ugh. Okay, so this is kind of like weird. I don't think I need that. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. This kind of like explains itself. All right, cool. I feel like there needs to be a bit more clarity on what bear format could really be, right? So maybe bear format. See if there's anything else. I don't know if this is outdated. All right, it's not bear format. Arbitrary string that specifies how the bearer token is formatted. Usually generated by the server, is usually made for documentation purposes. As in the client, an example above it's JWT, meaning JSON web document first to discover packets in the bearer auth. Contain a list of security scopes required for API calls. All right. Yeah, okay, cool. Because then we can kind of like drop the scopes junk. Cool. Yeah. Discarded this thing. Or let me look at secure, because okay, I may not have discarded it. Let's cancel this. Let's run the formatter. All right, and we keep it empty. Actually, we just drop it. We don't really care. What did they say? Empty because they are only using OAuth 2 and OpenID Connect. An example of bearer authentication is applied globally to the whole API. Yep. Need to apply it just a few operations, add security on the operation level instead of doing this globally. Gotcha. Unauthorized error. All right, so now you're kind of like referring to things that are elsewhere in the spec, like in this kind of like a snippet here, ref components responses. So I can define responses separately and kind of like handle things there, which I haven't done. So maybe this is a good thing to kind of like stub. So I'm probably saying like class success response. I think this is also part of the response come from. Notice what's this? You know where it comes from, right? Okay, so let's figure it out. Class, say unauthorized. Response, we're passing everything for now, and we're class not found. So response. I want to think about it in a moment. Cool. Okay, so okay, give me like a quick. Let's see how we actually use the response thing in this stuff here. Here we go. It's something that we're always responding JSON. All of this stuff in there. Success. Some stats, some description. Same thing here for some description. Standard actually error message is do, I'm just going to look at the response here. Init does the init states content status and description, and then calls the parent, set something up, and then we're off to the races. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to say, call error. I don't know. What do you want to return when we can't find anything? Like not found, not interesting. We just return an empty not found. We don't care. Not authorized. That's something else, right? And then error is also something else. We do want to deal, have like a clear idea of how to deal with those things. All right, so we're just going to do like very. Actually, let's not use them yet. Let's do this in baby steps. So I believe this is the latest thing we kind of want to add to it. Add security scheme follows right after that bit. We don't need the API key thing. We're just doing bearer tokens. All of this jazz we ignore. Do I? So what I kind of want to figure out right now, is there a particular best practice inside of SANIC to kind of like wire this up, right? Do I always do definitions on a per call basis? It seems like it. I can do one on the overall API, which I believe we've done here. Higher thing, which bit of a sub-op. Well, actually, not really, because this one doesn't seem to do that. Default okay. So let me see. Only this one is secured. Okay, fair enough. So I'm guessing that the whole secured bands. Let me see how we got there. All right, so I'm pretty sure if I were to run SANIC now, it wouldn't work. The auth thing would be gone. Fair enough. Good. The auth thing is completely gone because we do have to say it's secure, and the mechanism by which we do that is either looking here and specifying how. So I'm guessing, look at this, using token 1, token 2, and using a name. I guess this is the name, right? Let's see, is there part of the spec that I have open? There we go. Type your API key, something HTTP, so the type doesn't change, but the name token. So probably should have a more descriptive name. It's going to pretend that it doesn't matter. We're going to say secure token. And its name down below. Terminate that. That'll be fine. Tell me why it's an issue. Optional dictionary. Okay. So this doesn't work. So, and parts of this documentation here where I looked at secured, and I saw people basically either passing something empty. It always has to be the dictionary. Could be a string or a dictionary. It's just confusing how they sort it. But in our case, it's pretty clear. It's just a dictionary or nothing. So it doesn't matter what the documentation says. It's all the code wins at the end of the day. So we're just going to do this. Empty. Kind of like sucks. But it is what it is, people. This is what it is. Yep. I'm going to Here we go again. I wonder why. I will format the code later. Let's just make sure that this is sufficient docs. All right, token. There we go. This is kind of like what we wanted. I don't like really how it's documented, but whatever. Get items, authorizations. All right. All right, cool. So I guess this kind of like is clear enough. So next thing we'd like to do is basically just, okay, so we're going to format. I'm going to unblock across all of that. And then we kind of want to some linting. Let's see if we find anything. All that is running. We just prep to commit. So yeah, we do a bearer from our JWT, and we just secure 2 endpoints. And with the whole JWT thing, that set is empty because it's in the docs. We found it here somewhere. Scope. Apply to OAuth only. That's how we define scopes. In all other cases, the scopes are empty. Oh, no errors found. So we can kind of like commit an example of, yeah, feed. So we're just going to call it feed. Demonstrate secure some endpoints with AWT error tokens. Auth. JWTs. Stop. JWT error auth. Yeah, it's a feed because that's just how at this level, this repo is particularly just a stub that I can use to start things. Now, this I discard. We delete that. The context block, that's probably semi-useful. Let's have a look. Contact object. So let's have a look. Name URL, email. So we're just going to do name. Oh, yeah, okay. We just do it like that, actually. API team. Well, what's the other thing? URL. Optional. Must be in the form of URL. So, come on, typing example.org/API team, right? It's just documentation people. And the email is API at example.org, right? See, it's how you see it, what that looks like. Write something. Fair enough. Got unexpected keyword. Describe. Let's see what this. Okay, describe doesn't know anything about that. How does that work? So ext. Open API. This is interesting. Describe. I panicked. Packages. Ext. Nothing relevant for me yet. So interesting. I don't know what the signature of this thing is. We could retrace our steps. If I call ext should be. All right. Oh, it's magic, right? So this is not a thing that we get there that comes from here, Open API. And Open API should have describe. Here we go. And describe should have a definition. Where's another instance? Okay, so let's look at operation store describe. Here we go. You have title, version, description, terms. All right, so let's see, terms. Where's this come from? It's the info object. Is there another place where we have this? Oh, so what context is gone? All right, cool. So this is all we have. Title, version, description, terms. So we got title, version, description, terms. I may as well just have got this, right? So I'm just going to do that, that, and just do terms. And see if the thing comes. There we go. Here we go. But it's kind of frustrating to decipher what's going on here. The surface is just a download, should almost provide all the answers. Cool. So now we can use stub endpoints. I don't know what all this fucking white space here is, but that doesn't matter. That's not the point of this exercise. The point of this exercise is to get a stub that I can then take to define what my real services are going to do. All right, so then we complete this part. We have what? No other information at that level? Possibly not. All right, cool. What else do we? Oh, sorry. Look at the other tabs. Sets an operation ID. All right, cool. This is a good one. I kind of need to define IDs, which is kind of like the whole point of that. This items needs to be like an ID right after the domain. I need to figure out how to get it in there. That's a static point. I don't know that. So how do we do that? Actually, this whole thing with the card API, can we just get can we get like an example repo on this? Actually, it's a really good point. I haven't tried that yet. Static, the open API is based on LAS. Yeah. It's actually not the original one. Static open API example repo. Example. Let's see. It's an old repo, right? It's been replaced by static extensions, but it does provide an example. App config. I'm just going to search this repo for this thing. Here we go. This configuration is spec pipe. This is not really the example. We need that here. Or here. examples car main. All right, cool. We go to the main. Oh no, that's exactly where we came from. Whatever. All right, and we set it as the config of the app. Where do we use this information? Here we go. I don't understand how. Okay, so the blueprint kind of like picks up configuration parameters. Cool. How is this implemented? Blueprint Pi. All right. Can we find this inside of the Sanic ext repo? Sanic ext GitHub. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Is this in Read the Docs or is this the, okay, this is a different website. All right, so what we want to find out, let's see, do the tests kind of like open API, test typing, auto.config decorators. What's this? All right, so here we're using the Pydantic stuff to produce this. We can actually even refer. Oh my goodness, it's kind of cool. Alert response name, alert response name. Okay. That's kind of cool. I can fox with that. I think this is also much better. Huh. Interesting. All right, cool. So that is one thing I wanted to kind of like see. Another thing I'd like to see. What's the model spec? That was model spec. So let's look at something else. Let's look at body. Okie dokie. Yeah. Route. All right, so let's figure out routes here. Basics. Route. Add a route. Stairway to heaven. Yeah. All right, let's look at get test, but I do want to have path parameters. Here we go. This is it. Pattern matching for extracting values from URL as a term can be injected in keywords. Here we go. Tag. Then app-get foo ID, UUID. Clear type. All right. Supported types. What is this? Year, month, date. Day. UUID. Mwah. And then some regex. Okay, let's just take, what is this? ext extension, or what file? Let's read the definition file, ext. Okay, this is what matches. It gets file name and extension, foo and extension. All right. That's an interesting way to do that. Cool. When we do this, we don't get the same thing. We just get a UUID. So let's just do that real quick. And then say item and UUID. Right. All right, and then I have to resolve that somewhere in here. What would be the type of this thing? So I'm just going to call it item ID. gonna call that item ID UUID. Now, where the hell does this type come from? Python UUID. Let's see. There is something baked in. All right, so what do we do? What do we do from import UUID? I'm guessing. What is it? In a multiprocessing safe way. Unsafe. Well, why would you use one over the other? Depending on support from the underlying platform UUID, one may or may not return a safe UUID. Safe UUID is one which generally uses synchronization methods to ensure that no two processes can obtain the same. This thing is going to be distributed across core, so it hardly ever matters. Also, we're not generating the UUIDs here. It's also stub. Like, who cares? This is a stub. We're going to do something else down the line. So from UUID, import UUID. Yeah, all right. Then we get UUID, get item. Then we just rename this to get item. Return empty. Now, this is a mistake. We should return something. But what we want to do now is to do test that the spec check compat between spec and implementation. How would we do this? As a team, we probably write the spec first, so we'd be fiddling with this part, and then later down the line, we'd only be worrying about this. So for now, we keep all the returns empty. So we do want this thing to fail. All right, so let's think about, let's just have a glance at what this does. Sanic maybe complains about this. Doc, reload. Post is not interesting. Here we go. Item ID. Let's have a look. Okay. It's a string UUID. It's required. Path parameters and then responses would be application JSON, and it's what? Can we specify examples? All right. And so we got that little bit in there. So let's just it's pretty clear that we know what this value is going to be. I'm just going to log it. Author info ID. Right, that's it. All right, gotta take a little break. Give me a second, folks. Be right back with you. Drop in the chat what you're working on. I'd be really curious to hear about that. I'm going to check in some messages and follow up on some some maintenance needed on this hunk of biomass or this clump of biomass that I'm just kind of like captured by. Whatever. Okay, cool. Showing this. I gotta go. All right, back again. Let me see, got a couple of messages trickling in, so let me pay attention to that. All right, thank you so much for that. Then a bunch of messages coming in. Okay, cool. That is something I can tackle later, some administrative stuff. All right, now we have to context switch people. Let me make sure that this screen is full. So the context switch, go to GitLab.com. Landing. Let's see. How to review. Oh, snap. What's going on? All right. This dear Stefano made a lot of MRs. All right, the only way for us to navigate this is going to be landing, and then I'm just going to switch to the project and name this one. Just open greet me above, split that, go there. All right, fetch from origin. I don't even know if this is the correct password. Seems to be. All right, so let's do code reviews. Time start empty stream code reviews landing. Okay, what's this thing? These are subsets I should definitely use. We don't need that anymore. The level at which I did some commenting on this one. Snap. Hey, why do you always have to explicit? I don't remember writing blah blah blah. Perhaps it's from a machine or I'm not forgetting. So I don't know. Anyways, working stuff now. Got fixed. Also the issue. Cool. These should be even now. All right. Reviewing again. Comment. Okay. Oopsie. What's the first issue? The first one okay. So I think Stefan already looked into that and admit the code builds and runs with npm run. I don't know. Understand what a pipeline is. Okay, fair enough. Let's do a check. This is 6D. Where do I see that? 6D, 6D. It's this one. Blup, 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 blup. What is this? Update browser list. This is for use. Something I can't change this. Following the request of the system while running npm run dev. This is updated. Please run. Okay. All right. Okay, but this is also why it might break. Let me check out this branch, right? And then which I really need to configure some reverse search thing back inside of my shells. npm we have that. Weird. No, just check it out here. Package base and what do we have? We don't have a clean job. All right, so npm build. Let's see what happens. That was one thing that was requested. Let's see if we can get this Getting an optimized production build. Seems good. All right, so npm run def. Let's just see what it looks like. Searching which port. 3000. I'm hoping that I am not 3000. It was 8000. Okay, we shouldn't have any conflict. So localhost 3000. There we go. Simon is here. So that was where we changed things. We just formatted some components. That's package lock related changes, fixed class duplication. This is just component fixes. All right, cool. This, all of it looks pretty functional. Make it smaller. Looks functional. Developer also looks clean. It's a styling point here. That's a struggle for another day. So I create a new issue. New issue. Stefan's gonna love this. Fix gap between icons, mobile view, and issue. Tiny issue. Let's upload the image. There we go. Note that the gap between icons is missing. That the icons look rather packed in mobile view. Cool. That is one thing. Right. Now let's try to go back to Tailwind marketing sections, right? Let's see how they solved it. Do they have icon blocks? What do they call them if they do? Feature sections, possibly, right? Is there anything here? Oh, come on, can't scroll like that. Can we scroll up by pages? Half page up and down, so you, right, this is a lot better. Okay, so no icons here. All right, so we need different page sections. Boom, 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 boom. Over clouds, here we go. All right, so can we get a glimpse of what? Separating in the dark. This is the same thing. Let's have a look on the main page. So, where's that? Where's that? We probably have to go to the sample page. All right, here we go. Here we go. So this is also weird. Oh, something is up here. Let's get a sense of that. What's going on? It is center aligned. No, huh? Is this just my eyes playing tricks on me? It is more or less center aligned, but it's because the content is a little funky looking. It feels like it, at least. Darn it. This is what happened. Okay. Ooh. All right. That's why it worked. This is why it worked. Boom, boom, boom. Which icons did I deliver? New feature section. Feature with product. Okay. What else did I? Logo clouds. Here we go. Logo cloud dark. What is this? Trusted by the most innovative. There we go. We use the logo cloud. All right, so this is closed. So we fixed this small the input, so I can look at that. Log integration thing, post directory. Right. I like this. I like this. Just markdown files. Right, and that post directory pages for the single. Perfect. This looks more like it. All right, cool. Let's stay on topic, right? So this came from here. Effectively from main, but the formatting is a little weird. Split up the input. Okay, so let me just document. No, the icon. Okay, all the color parameterization follows next. In mobile view seems like the main text is missing. What we're going to do, I go back to 9. Split the logos on the right. Simple aligned. What's the code? Yeah, so seems like the main text. Icons. So icon. What's the logo? Here we go. Logo cloud original. I'm telling you what. So there's no title in here. Logos. Weird. Can't be it. Let's split this halfway. Go back to my history and logo. Let me see. And then I have the logo cloud. A week ago. Let's see. One of my matches. Here we go. 2 weeks ago. Holy smokes, that's a while back. Logo cloud dark, logo cloud light, and the light and dark, they both had text for REs. Calls to. Here we go. This is calls to, matches with this thing here. And we have this headline. Headline. And then the paragraph. So the headline and text. And we have it. And then, right. So what is my mistake? Right. In this mode, it looks fine. If we kind of like stretch this out, it looks weird. Well, if it's beyond a certain size, it has to be center aligned. It just doesn't work. Also, the design is deviating from the components. I will not be able to use that. So this is not the same component that we sample. Logo cloud with, okay, light the text and top row. All right, so then I'll just write. That's clear. Note that the icons look rather packed in mobile view. The text isn't missing. That's 1 point. Fix icon alignment. That's the problem. Fix icon alignment for logos. Logos are rather cramped up, crowded in mobile view. And then 2, logos are not center aligned or adjusted. Justified, I don't know, justified in wide reviews, which create some asymmetry. Spell checker. What is this? What is this word? There we go. Single S. I don't know why I love double S's. Screenshot of this bit. Here we go. If I take a screenshot of this, you can kind of like intuitively feel that there's an alignment issue. Here we go. Here we go. Logos are at central line and be center aligned, adjusted, specifying wider views to maintain some symmetry. Logos are right across in mobile view. We'll need some white space in between, maybe gap. Well, maybe what's the gap that becomes 0 gap in wider views, something like that. By the way, we should just check this against what the source does, right? So we go to this thing. Let's go to, how do we get to like responsive? Here. What do we do here, folks? I do responsive. It gets narrow. There is some spacing. There is some spacing. There is something. Everything just shrinks. So something is there. And for the one that we took, that's this one. Oopsie. That's, yeah, okay, same. Oh, God, come on. Is it the last one? It's not the last one. It's this one, trusted by most innovative. Make it bigger. Okay, and then we narrow it down. It's probably at the bottom. Okay, here we go. We narrow it down further. Okay, so this one doesn't solve the problem either. All right, cool. Well, we just have to figure out what the others do. So here, let's just can we zoom into content, or actually can we yeah, let's zoom into content 200. Let's have a look at what the others do. And so here, that's kind of like how it works. Does this one correct? This one seems to correct. But there's also, it's also kind of like awkward. Which one isn't awkward? Here we go. That's super awkward. Spacing is hard, people. Spacing is hard. Oh, whatever. We just need to have like some flexible gap. That's all we need. All right, so let's just double check what the code here does. Yes, small gap x10. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that. I can't do this in that mode. So we do like small gap there. All right, this. Kind of like, all right, so logos for applying mode for units on my space in between, seen other components, front tailwind, the tailwind, lib, view. Okay, we need gap x, we drop all of this, then we have small, I don't know, some variety of this may be the answer for us. Okay, cool. And then second one, logos need to be center aligned in wider views to maintain some symmetry. See how the logos seem off with respect to the text that seems to be more center aligned. And go back and measure, but I'm guessing this is kind of like it assigning Stefan. All right, to do. Just put it there. Create issue. Got to check on what's happening at the door. Maybe there's some mail for Laney. Be right back. Got to run an errand, folks. I don't have another banner for this. Let's go. Create issue. Cool. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. This is not very legible. Oh, okay, maybe. What happens if I? Oh, this is always a problem. Right, so. Oh, well. View logos. Spacing, logo spacing. I don't like this. The other one was what? Logo alignment. Right. Respect to text. All right. Did I forget to put this in the right section? Of course I did. Let's do this. Right, preview. And preview. More readable. All right, save changes. Makes it. Yeah, come on. I think Stefano gets it. I don't have to dive into that. So, okay, cool. So we close this. Here, we're gonna merge this because technically it seems fine. And okay. And we merge. I'll fast forward, merge and edit. All right. Ready. So that little fix is in. Fix duplicate types. You notice these. Right. So let's just make a branch. Check out new branch from me. Call it work in progress. Oh, which one do we want to bring in? So we started. This is 6 days old. Let's look at the merge requests, right? Shoot, this is not right. Close. It's annoying. All right, here we go. So this is being handled. So we mark 17 as WIP. Good. That's 17. Then we have update browser list. I don't know if I need that. That's 18. Double check. Also close this. That. What branch is this? I can't tell. The browser list. Okay, that's that one. What's featured new? I don't know. Remove duplicate properties. I can tell. In theme type. Types. All right. So what's the deal? Remove these things. Hide your duplicates. Background button. Why are they duplicates? Huh. 10% why they're duplicates. Let's go back to the changes. Text button, right? So let's okay, so let's just look for text button. Use them in a few places. Theme, text button. Why we say this is duplicate. All right. Oh, we define it multiple times. Oh, fair enough. Now I see what you mean. Background button. Ah, fine. Okay, cool. So check out branch. Let's go. Up, and let's. Holy shit! Wrong window. Let me just go here and build and see if that's also clear. I mean, if it builds here, it should be fine. Yeah, well, fair enough. Then I just for catching this. This one. Nice one. Thanks for catching it. So this one is getting merged in. Okay. This is a really good one. Stefano, thanks for that. So back to WIP, and we just merge, no fast forward, merge that message, merge branch. Cool. So that's the one that's in. All right. So now we have a bunch of parameterization. To bring mobile menu into mobile menu text value for dark mode or dummy value. All right, do we do this in chronological order or do we do this in the order? Okay, so hero simple centered. We're looking at it already. Everything is green, so I am not even going to open it. I'm just going to merge. This is the easiest way to do it. Merge. No fast forward. Merge and edit. Yeah. Oh, that's it. Oh, come on. Merge branch. That's a bit cleaner, right? I did make the mistake. Yeah, it's remote tracking branch. Yeah, I can also just say easier. Cool. Then second one, form single input horizontal. That's this one. Form single input horizontal. All right, Ring. No, I already doing the different colors already. I wanted to just keep it standard. All right, this is gonna make things a little harder. Because we're already changing the defaults. We're gonna have to go back on this. We may have to go back on that. Right. I'm not picking up a package, so I should drop the banner, go back to this. Double check my calendar just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see if the schedule has been the event has been rebooked. Okay, nope. So we're back on. We're back on code review duty. Okay, so the issue with this one is that we're picking. I don't know. Maybe this is fine. Single input horizontal, right? Form single input. What's the dark mode of this thing? What's the dark mode already? Pink. Then we're fine. Shit. Let me switch something out for a minute. Let me see, I got some messages. Let me tend to that real quick. What is this? Cool. Let me do some invites tomorrow. Okay, so I got something locked in tomorrow at 11. Don't see it in my calendar. I'll have to go follow up on that. Let me just send an invite from school. Actually, let me go back to the browser. Go. Let me do some administrative stuff real quick. Some of these SOTC tools are such a pain in the ass. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Interviews. Was it 1044? Awesome. Cool. Cool. That is already. I think Sabina's handling it. Let me just double check that my Google Calendar on the other side has the invite listed. Nope. Let me ask. It's always better to ask. Cool. This tool is such a pain in the ass. So we're doing like some recruiting stuff for one of the companies with this Personio tool, but then emails that I expect to see inside of their tool because they're sent with a reply don't show up in the tool. So I have to switch between that tool, the recruiting tool or the HR tool, the mailbox, my calendar, and my own personal notes. 4 tools that I need to align. All right. So I'm just going to copy the email address and I'm just going to shoot out an invite. Tomorrow's Friday, 11 German time. All right. So let's do this real quick. add video conferencing, Google Meet. So Google Meet sorts it out itself. I'll add person and I'll just person who's involved in scheduling this thing as an optional for visibility. All right, boom, done. This is something an agent should do. Here we go, invite. Double check. Cool. Then I can confirm on Slack, invite sent. Cool. All right, now that's handled. Now I can go back to the place where I wanted to be. Switch over to this chat. Cool. Now I can turn my screen back on. Close that browser thing. Cool. So we're back into running. All right. This thing we've covered. What we were looking at was that component. This component is input field. That's not a component, but we can kind of like match it here. And what we want to do is look at what input field we reference this. No matches for? Nothing? Interesting. All right, let's just check it out locally. That's probably the problem. Here we go, form single input horizontal. So we actually should document inside of the thing where it comes from. Here we go. Simplifying life since 1988. All right, so this one in light mode, we didn't have a dark equivalent of this. All right, so I'd probably just say that, like, yeah, cool. One thing we can do to check, right? We can kind of like, and then we actually use that component. So like this. There we go. We'll use it. So let's just go to localhost 3000 sample. Pretty sure I already have it open. Yes, we do. What are we looking at? Form input, right? And then above dark, where's the dark thing? Oh, come on. Dark is dark. Here we go. Why is it hard coded? Interesting. Don't we sort this out at a global level, or at least on a page level? Do we? Huh. All right. So it does seem like in some cases we don't pass that along, especially not from this page, which is not kind of weird. It's really weird. So you can sort it out here. Okay, I don't want to do it in there. Yeah, let's see who calls get theme. So where does this dark come from here? Ugh. Okay, so this is This is design challenge price. See where else we get it's only in here. Our props. Yeah. I'm just gonna fix it. I'm just gonna, make sure you understand first though. We should probably like use some provider to expose it. Yeah, probably. This is something we have to sort out later. I think we have to sort it out later. For now, I think I just go to form, single input, blah, change it to true. How it works. I don't like that. Don't like that. So this thing we did in this the theme, whatever, what was it? Ring pink 300. I don't think we do that. We have ring gray 300. So let me see everywhere where we had gray 300 here. Came in dark 600. Okay, so let's split this so we can see both sides. So the pink thing. So we have 300 on one end. Hang on. Dark mode. What does it become? Doesn't become pink. Yeah, actually, like, what did they do in dark mode? They just change it. It's like a pretty subtle change. All right, so we're just gonna take a page from their book, fix it. I'm pretty sure they have. Okay, cool. We're gonna take this as a reference. I don't know if this is good enough. It's good enough. Also here, how does that work? Same. How does this one work? Preview. Anything, it's not bad. All right, so what are we gonna do? Like, is white plain enough? Is this the better? Well, it's the same color as the button, so I guess we stick with that. Same color as the button, so the ring becomes the same color as the button. So we look at the code. All right. Geez. So up, and that was form single input horizontal. And we just look at input field. Here we go. Input field. That's on class name on input, right? So class name on input. What do we do? We have BG white. These are colors, all the color related things. So we copy over. That's not the right place to do it. I'm just going to drop it here. All right, so what's the situation? We have a placeholder text thing. That's not in there. Where did I miss? Where did I miss that? Nothing in here for placeholder text. Weird. What if I look for? Here we go. Okay, so you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna copy the full light line, right? Light. Yeah. And then we do the same for dark. Dark one, code, class name. clunky am I? Let's do that like this, right? And then this, people need this, borders up to something, something. X gray, PX3, I don't care for that. So the PX3, there goes. The PY, relevant, ring one, right? So shadow small, no one cares about that. That's shared, ring one, shared, ring inset, shared. So we do the same thing here, ring one, ring inset, gone. Placeholder text, focus ring two, and here, focus ring inset, same here. If they were like hundreds, I'd probably do it differently, but this is small enough, text small. Okay, so these things are shared. So the only real difference is I can drop this all. Right, so what do we have here? Text gray. Ring gray 300. Text 900. Focus ring indigo. Yeah, so that's what we do. There we go. And then this one becomes that. Right. Right. Okay, fine. Cool. That's in alignment. Let's then have a look at this one. Class name. Do we have colors here? Pricing button highlighted. Some weird spacing stuff going on. Let's clean that up. Okay. Let's just clean up some extra spacing here. Oh, here. Double spaces. There we go. And also, don't need double spaces there. I am OCD like that. Another one. And the rest seems to track. Cool. All right. So I believe this is okay. Go back to false. There we go. Still legible. All right. So let's have a look. Yep. Yep. Fair enough. Cool. Let's just look at what the original commit did. We just added these from scratch, so I can do some cleaning there. Okay. Dark prop. Okay, so these are unvalidated, so good. This is why we do code reviews. Cool. So actually, let's just see if we need to like npm run. Sorry, should have run this before making any changes, but it's too late now. Cool. That was it. Npm run build. And builds, we're good to go. Close. We can also close that. Stage this. Oh. Sure. Set. What was it? Dark colors to tailwind default. Was that? Yeah, for pink, the dark. And then I also have to kind of like, yeah, well, you know what? Screw it. I will commit this. Sure. Set dark colors for input field. Right? And then I believe that theme, what was it? Input field. This here should have been a to-do, right? We can track that. Let's just look at the previous commit. Added this, but not, oh, this was the original commit. We added the to-do. Okay, fair enough. I'll drop the to-do. So here we restored that. And then stage this, append Spark. All right, cool. And then this bit here is just a minor formatting. Sure. Clean up white space. Input field. All right, cool. I think I probably should clean up white space where it's used. Little things, right? The little things. So WIP. I'm just gonna merge and edit. I'm just going to basically push this for visibility. Where are we? What was this? Parameterized colors for from single input horizontal. So here. I probably should not. Okay, fair enough. I probably should not write to someone else's branch, but I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, crap. Yeah, okay. Well, this is lame. Push. Another branch. Why the hell did I not see that? Cool. That worked. Number value, semantics is not the best choice. I used the button of the form, the pricing which matched the style, but semantic. Okay, yeah. Oh, we'll think about this later. I can create an issue for it though. Create one. New issue, Stefano. Control dark through page level prop. Small thing. Start within the component. This complicates changing everything. Minimal action operation. So let's simplify the setup by allowing us to just toggle this dark on the sample page level, and pass it along to all components through the dark prop. Yeah, and then I assign this to Stefano. That's a UI point that we're to do. I don't care. Okay, cool. We've done this. I'm just going to say, please review. Not really. Actually, for visibility, I dummy value, point, and we'll merge. Thanks. Cool. Reusability. Comment. Cool. So we're back at this one. No fast forward. Merge and edit message. What do we? Oh, we have a failure. Okay. Magic. Salient. Here we go. Why do we have conflicts? Fair enough. We did a bunch of changes. So instead of input horizontal, we just that's a good one actually. Did we merge anything into WIP? Hero simple centered, so it's not related, which means that any change on this level minus. So look, the next one, previous one. So the one from the last branch, parameterized colors, that wins. Okay. Lowest one wins. Right, and then here, we keep them all. How does this look? Fine. NPM run format. Let's see what this says. It's funny how fast this is in Python with black. We're just going to build it just to be sure. Cool. All right, so some water. While we wait for this to go. Cool. All right, cool. So I'm happy to edit. All right, so I'm happy to merge this. Cool. Excellent. So we were just at 21, so 20, here's something. 21, okay, cool. 22, parameterized colors, feature with product. All right, so let's see. I don't want this. I'll tackle the dark thing later. It's just annoying accident. We'll fix it inside. All right, what we're doing, what are we doing? Ring screenshot, theme icon. Yeah, next secondary, fully reusable, primary, indigo, text accent. Fine. Oh, conceptually it looks fine. I'm just gonna check out the code in a bit. Let's see. Typo. What's the typo? Text segment. Oh, theme. Yeah, fair enough. So that could be squashed. Actually, I need to check it out. Check out branch. All right. And what's the file? This is the file. Feature with product. Yeah. Feature with product. It's probably on the page. Feature with product. Come on. Why do we have different versions of it, but I mean, like, it looks fine. Work with this. Work with this. You just have to like this thing to bring in the dark props. Feature with product, and the other one, just keep track of feature with product, and the previous one. Next. Okay. Typo. It builds, so I don't really have to, like, I'm not going to change anything. Password merchant edit. Here we go. Oh, there we go. That's a done deal. Right. Colors feature with product. I think that was the one. Now we have form dual input horizontal, which is over here. Dual. Here we go. That one. Simple. Just one file. Same thing here. To make a note of that. Oh. And there it is. Right. Theme. We pull in theme. Seems like all the colors are out there. I've missed a few here and there, but I don't think that any BG in, right? Is there any text dash? All these are not color classes. Have fun. All right, cool. So this works for me. So we can basically merge no forward, merge that. So we have an error, right? So above match it till and salient. Let's go there. And so one with the explicit colors is out. Okay, and then we go to the next one. Also taking out the colors. Next, also here, taking out the colors. All right, so this looks like it. Here we go. Remote merge branch. Oh. There we go. All right. And then I believe there's one more left. Everything I see above this is already merged into WIP, so we're good. We're good. Also push branch delete. I'll do it later. I don't have to do that now. Let's just look at this one. That was the one, top row. We're trying to do parameterized colored logo, cloud light text in top row. Yeah. Probably going to cause some conflict. Oh no, we didn't make a change. We just suggested that we do that. All right, seems okay-ish. All right, as far as I can tell. Merge, no. Merge edit. There you go. Merge remote tracking branch. Drop the origin. Okay, cool. So effectively, everything that was there has been prepped for merge. Was this thing update browser list? We can talk about it. I have no clue what this really means, so I'm just gonna go back to the name, merge, fast forward only, merge, boom, here we go. Branch, delete, WIP, let's delete origin. Come on. Branch, delete origin, WIP. Delete on the remote, not just locally, yes. Violence. Be done. All right, so here we go. Control document through page level prop. Yeah. Components are parameterized that don't implement the dark props interface. They'll need a tune-up. Here we go. How many merge requests? 1. All right, actually, let's go to this thing. Actually, let's just look at pipelines, right? CI/CD pipelines. I feel so hungry. I have no idea what's going on. Well, this is all in main line, so I feel like if it's posted, it's posted. I guess we're good. Let me just ask what the deal is. Not clear why you had the issue. Doesn't seem to be a problem on mainline, which was just pushed to Vercel. Can you investigate low prio until further clarity? I'll keep this one open. So that's it. Issues created and assigned. I did not. Okay, branch, delete WIP. Don't need that anymore. Until next time. Good. The one thing that I'm actually quite excited about. That was my stubs. I think that Stefano prepped a really nice branch with blog article. Here we go. This one. Integrate blog. Type author. Oh, and this is TSX. Stefano, you're the best. Hero post. Maybe Stefano can just give me a demo of this thing. Let's just check it out, actually. Just have a look. Here we go. npm run format. Probably already done. Seems to be quite a bit of noise, actually. Let's have a look. Do I really want to look at it? Right, so I'm just going to stage this and pop up and read integrate log. Double slash it. No. All right, yeah, sure, starting here. I did something crazy. I said create and checkout branch starting at here. Read Stefano integrate log here to look things up. All right, so pop up for format and source. Cool. F. Let's read through the diffs, right? I don't understand why this is there. It's a bit of a distraction. Can be blah. This is just distraction. This here is distraction, so I don't pay attention to it. Not important. This part here, distraction, so I don't pay attention to it. Formatting, distraction. What is this then? Till when class is reordering through. Okay, so that. Or tool for that. From a prettier plugin. All right, prettier FTW. Maybe. Okay, cool. So that's it for. Add and tweak code to implement the blog. Okay, this is a lot. Public assets author J. Joe Jim. And what do we have here? Joe. Jim. Boom. All right. All right, so I'm going to cherry pick because I can't have. Oh, actually, this is not a MR. Yeah, okay, so until it's an MR, I ignore it. I like the idea. Let me ask. Page, static page, generation setup. Let's push this branch. Origin. What I really want to do, maybe I want to replay them on main, but post directory, that's going to be new. No one is going to be affected. It's going to be new. It's no file. This is a tweak. We have this in the configurator for single-handedly just set up tsconfig suite. This is good. Block constants. Okay, cool. Block starter. Yep. And then there's some bunch of SEO stuff. This is util, blah, blah, blah. Where does this come from? All right. Yeah, I moderately believe it. This is TX. That's TX. Okay, cool. Let me exit npm install. Let's see if we have everything. Because I'm not quite sure if we maybe install something down the line. Right. So this here, all set up. This here, I probably want to cherry pick it. But I should do it later. So public assets, and I really have all of this stuff. Huh. Where does this come from? So we have this alert that so this is the blog layout. So here we pull in alert, footer, meta. Okay, fair enough. F. Filter fetch. Are we getting fast refresh? Let's see what happens. Okay, so blog. think that's where it's going to be. There we go. That was a bit slow. Statically generated. All right. Blog example using issues and markdown. Where does this come from? This is. Let me see. What is speed? It's not interesting. What is underspeed? Headless at scale without any system. Reduce the friction between developers. You store your data and are placing that fast. Globalization network, you can easily transform it and serve it. All right, cool. Contentful. All right, contentful. Static generation without data, blah, 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 blah. We went through the scenarios and we just preview them. I don't know. A bunch of like styling that I don't know where it comes from. Let's fold this. What's that rendering? I don't understand. Okay, I'll just ask. I'll just ask in Slack. What's the status on this? Also, just follow. Build compile. What's your module not found? Import container. Right, so give me. All right, so we are following. Let's fetch version. Double check that we're still following the latest, greatest. All right, we are. Not found him. Oh, from post TSX, right? So, here. Component block container. Is that there? Also, why are you following with this? You did find. Oh, this is weird. Weird. Components. All right. So this is what we do. Slash components container. It's interesting. This is interesting. Maybe we should move everything blog related. Right. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find myself the offending files. Here we go. TypeScript. Hide. Mode. I'll do this. I guess. Start hide. Right. All right. I don't understand why. Hide mode. Hide mode. Okay. We can't fixate on this. Problem here. Let's do this. Here. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, so fair enough. Work with that. Issue. Import. Container from components. So what's this? Source components. Yeah. What else do we add? Blog. Fair enough. Blog. let's see, this the there next one. Gotcha. So that's the issue. So this is just dot. Come on, I'm horrible at writing regexes now. And we have to do, and then this, that, and then we don't need that one to be removed. And I just say we replace it by that. So we get all of them 4 occurrences, fine. And I also find every occurrence here. And we replace components with components layout blog. Ooh, yeah, blog. We're just going to do that. Do that, and we just remove it for the first case. That's fine. All right. So all of these should now import xr, get post by slug, get all posts, lib API. Where the hell are you? Where is lib API? Here we go. Source utils blog API. All right, so what was it? Utils. See how we import utils. Ignore the flaky stuff. There we go. Utils theme. So I guess here we do add utils. Right. Come on, people, come on. Is there anything here lib related? Can I spot? Okay, so there's no lib. Let's go. Gotta go. Yeah, I'm making progress, Robert. Good seeing you here. Yeah, tiny glitches I'm working on. I'm gonna run out to get the mail real quick. Be right back. Right. Time to switch it up. Doing some standing desk time. Yeah, Robert is here. Robert is here checking in. Still glitches indeed. I turn over to can't respond to the Facebook feed. Mori's checking this out. Or Mori liked it. Sweet. My peeps. Abbas. How's Abbas holding up? Huh. Hmm. Where was I? All right. Let's fix some minor stuff here. What were we looking for? What were we looking for? So the libs, obviously, can only come from that one place. That was an easy one. Um, same fashion. Hang on. The same fashion, we have this here. This also comes from utils. It's poorly utils. Of course, it has to be in blog, right? Markdown to HTML. I have to understand where this comes from. Utils, blog, markdown to HTML. And what is this? Interface is post. I don't understand. Post type. Where the hell is post? You have a file somewhere called post. There we go. Interfaces. Probably can do that. It's probably not going to resolve the issue because it doesn't know how to find interfaces. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Post title. Can't find post title. Well, that's the same problem. That's a familiar one, right? So now we get to the last problem, which should be oh, I can't find for Mark because you know, install it. Nothing to install. Oh, hang on. Ugh. Where does this come from? Really? Something's off. SF markdown. Come on. I'm so terrible at this. Come on, here we go. Migrating from Gatsby blog, SAT generation examples. All right, in a page instance, was generated, build time, fair enough. Blah blah blah. Tag generated with or without data. Let's look at each case. Here we go. Without fetching data. With data, you get static props, blog page meet from a CMS, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we can also get them from the file system. Okay, we don't care about that. We don't want to do. On each request, we definitely don't want to do that. All right, so this thing doesn't really walk us through a concrete implementation. But there was something that did, right? Here we go. Data fetching. Here we do also from remark. Okay, so this probably comes from there. Site configuration. I feel like search engine optimization helmet. All right, do we have anything helmet related? Helmet. Okay, so I feel like we could do this a bit more lean. Let me just npm install remark. Um, for what is this? All right, so you have to kind of like damn it. How is this the same problem? Huh. All right. Okay, cool. So we got this from a starter. Fair enough. We can work with that. Okay, so this is where it comes from. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. So we fix all the imports. Oh, no. We don't do that yet. We first merge or first commit all the installation. We commit that and sure. Install mark. Blah. All right, and then stage. It's using ads with shorthand. I don't even know what the shorthand is. This is funny. Can I navigate my buffer sometime? Maybe. If I go down and next. That's it's not it. I need to. How do I navigate to a file? Control X, Control C, P, F. No, Control X, P, F. Okay, so what's the next config? T. Weird. It's not. Okay, so this is not it, right? We need a config file. I can tell for the life of me which config file we need. It's config. There we go. Well, this is interesting actually, because what does the txconfig say? Using the compiler, the shorthand. Path shortcut. We're using absolute paths. Fair enough. I don't need to explain that. This works. So I'm just going to push this. Import using absolute paths. this way. And then I ask again, what's the status on this? I check it out and it looks in progress. But it's been stale for a while as far as I can tell. Let me know if you need any help for input. Meanwhile, I have a few commits. See that resolve some issues that I spotted. I'm not sure if this is relevant still, but I did need it to set up. That has been pushed thus far. Cool. All right, so that one is out. Boom, boom, boom. Close, close. Yeah. NPM run format. I probably don't need to. I'm actually not. I'm not even going to commit them, even if there were changes. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Over to the other thing. Templates back on track. Start FB stream and API. All right. Switching. We want to do check compatibility between spec and implementation. We want to do that. But before we do, we statuses. Also, I need to copy this as a to-do, search engine optimization. So we're going to use next head and add meta tags to your meta property. Yeah. Where does this information come from? Description, I can imagine. Title. Well, do we have to expose these from individual pages? I don't know at this point. Like, well, I'm just going to. Ooh, yeah, I have to. Next head. Head. No, I don't want to find her. Close. Head. What do we have? What? Right, we do have next head. This is where it happens. We can get head from that. And in there, we do this. We do none of this. Meta name. We'll have to do it. All right. So I'll just copy this as a to-do. We need to add the meta tags. So we'll go to issues. Another one for Stefano. New issue. Add meta tags for SEO purposes. It's not an issue, real. Come on. See. We want to be able to pass along title and description from any page. I don't know. Pass along page specific title and description values. I don't know what coming required to work, but I'm sure I'll figure out something nice. Nice if you have a way to add images to something else for social. media sharing, but don't use for social media sharing. That is another rabbit hole that we probably shouldn't open yet, but it would be cool to at least have this back of your mind, somewhere in the back of your mind for future. So where it will become more pressing. I remember in Gatsby that this required a bunch of image resizing magic behind the scenes in order to get some thumbnail artifact into the right aspect ratio dimensions for the different social media platforms. Hence, rabbit hole. Hence, rabbit hole. All right, assigning goes to create issue. Cool. But now I can close this context. I can close this. I can close this. I can close. This is probably not running anymore. Good. Can close that. Can close that. UUID. We're back to this one. I can close this. I don't need this right now. Okay, so we're looking at static again. Cool. Context switch completed. So let's go here. All right, so the situation that we have, hang on, the missus is home. I'm gonna say hi real quick. Be right back. All right, cool. So context switch. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see. What are we looking at here? Application JSON user profiles defined up here. I use data class. That's kind of like cool. Huh. Data class. I have an opinion. Well, this is closer to specs. So Pydantic versus data. Well, Pydantic does validation. So Pydantic data classes. You don't want to use Pydantic space mode. You can take the same validation. Same do on standard data classes. Sweet. On standard data class, introduce in Python 3.7. Fair enough. Cool. Then that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So let's do model. So we take data class and we're just going to import. Maybe we should do that. We should do it from Pydantic. Right? So from Pydantic data classes. We do like. Oh, no, sorry. I should. Can we have completion here? Yeah. Let's see. Import. Oh, sweet. I love this. Data class. Yeah. Right. And then we use that here. I wonder if this would work. Data. Sweet. We don't have to do this nonsense. Keep it lean. I don't need field. Where does field come from? Moi. Right, let's see. Show me an example with fields. All right, cool. Underlying can be accessed through Pydantic model. Also, fields of required default vector can be specified by a Pydantic field or a data classes field. Okay, so we keep the field. Doesn't have to change. Default none. Do we have? Those pipes. Give me an example. Discriminator pet. I don't know what to make of this. Pet type. I don't know what the hell does that mean. Oh, you can specify like okay, wow, this is flexibility. Let's see, first time it's referenced. Only discriminator can be set for a field, but so much you want to combine multiple discriminators to use. All right, these are all advanced capabilities. I don't care for those. Just look at this simple thing, right? All of this looks fine-ish. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna worry about this. Let's see. Can I get Sanic? Sanic. We run with this. 4 people. Beeps, what's going on? We're writing some code, thinking about how to structure API. So this is just a template project. We have a couple of endpoints that we're defining, just a dummy endpoint. And I have broken something, so I have to figure out what the problem is. Using data classes somehow, very likely incorrectly. I guess that's for me to find out right now. But yeah, we had like this basic open API doc thing that we were producing. And I thought it would be nice to kind of like make sure I really understand how to access as much of the capability that I anticipate we're going to need starting tomorrow. That I know how to document it so we can at least do design first and like follow the design first approach where we write the spec for the API, fight it out in a call, like what exactly we think needs to be there, and then do implementation. And while we implement, we have an ability to kind of like run the spec against the implementation to just make sure we're at parity. That's kind of like the setup right now. And then just now I realized like, okay, I'm using Pydantic base model, which probably I don't have to use because I could do something with. So like, I mean, this is what it was as far as I recall just a minute ago. It should effectively run. So let's go back to that, like and drop the Pydantic data classes bit, right? And it should run. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So my implementation or my attempt to move away from the base class into the data classes that was botched. But I thought it would be nice to kind of like understand how the data classes thing kind of like works, because that is a little closer to idiomatic, just Python type of stuff, nothing too fancy. Standard data classes, right? I'm a big fan of doing everything as close as possible to standard. Doesn't always work, but I feel like if you can afford to give it a shot, go for it. So here we go. Like let's. It's highly unlikely that the thing failed because of an import. But we're going to try to figure it out. Let's sleuth it out, right? So the thing we did here, or the example here, to use a class item model, that would be, let's just call it item, right? Item model, wherever we use it. Ooh, look at that. So we do have to, is that the only way to get the schema out of it? Oh, interesting. Okay, so one thing we could do from this is kind of like, let's say, well, we drop this, we like provide the data class, all right, annotation or the decorator. And this thing should at least be visible. Okay, like we're gonna call it item model just in the beginning, just so we have it. And then we're going to break the setup, right? Sanic, let's run it again. Let's find the error message again, figure out what is going on. So highest level, type error, non-default argument name, right? This is, so I have to spec what it is, non-default. Here we go. One item. I'm also gonna convert it. Okay, well, yeah, we were just gonna, something fun. All right, so that was the problem. Easy as pie. All right, cool. So now we've moved away from needing to use base model. We still use field. We need to disable the import error. Oh yeah, we do, because we had this weird issue with, I believe it was Pi that had a hard time resolving the types when I imported anything, like so base class. The issue was above, so I can kind of like now work around this. If the types are fine, then we're kind of like good to go. Then we're good to go. Success, no errors, beautiful. So I get to fix back to basics and I get to resolve some problems. Black, and then we run rough right after. All right, cool. That's a win, right? So, okay, cool. Keep things clean. So, do I have anything staged? Staged, okay. Here, that goes. Then here, we drop that. Okay, item. I'm going to rename the thing. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to rename it in a bit, but I don't want to do too many things at the same time. Also, what is this? Feed document feed. Okay, we're gonna reorder the commits in a bit. For now, I feel that we just say like refactor use data classes instead of Pydantic base class data class, since data classes and data classes now are the Python way, idiomatic Python way of defining schemas and data types. It's not, language is the problem here. One of the described data classes. Every time you create a class that consists of attributes, you make a data class. Defining the shape. Defining the shape of classes. Data classes are the idiomatic, but shape classes were simplifying effectively simplifying the setup by going back to basics. Furthermore, the use of data classes eliminates the need for us to inherit from, what was it again? Pydantic base class, which base model actually caused some type checking issues. This is now resolved. This issue is no longer relevant. This typing issue is rendered moot by moving away from that, from the base model design, right? And then the last thing that, the default thing, you don't have to talk about it. I'll copy this information. But I canceled the commit because I'm noticing something that shouldn't be there, and that is this. Cool, yeah. All right, that in there. Oh, now the UUID thing, that's a different point. So how do we set that up? Okay, that experiment, let's go look at this thing running. It isn't, so let's bit and go look at what the latest was here. Items, get item, this UUID required. So the documentation doesn't really make a lot of sense if I can't provide an example. So I need to go ahead and provide an example. Sorry for that. So I'll add it there. I'll do that. And what was the dealio here? Okay, cool. So that. This is kind of like, okay, feet. That's set. Demonstrate. Step. Cool. Okay. Cool. All right. So feature demonstrate, and use for. What's the right word for this thing? I wouldn't know. What is the supported types of UID? Path parameters. Demonstrate path. Better use demonstrate path parameters. That to do. That's a big one. Let's just have a look. I probably want to add some change. Okay, that's a tiny. This is just a comment, so we don't need to worry too much about that. If here terms, so let's just block that as well. Doc, others, document. Okay. Feed document terms page times URL. All right, so we have almost all the bases covered. Now we have to deal with examples. So let's go back to UI example. That's not helpful. So this is the part that we're going to try to test against in a bit, right? SH. Oh, model object, data class. So we already did that. Let's just see it. AS. That's the schema I pass along. All right. Let's look at a data advance. Nothing there. Little sidetrack. Out of mocks, the health monitor is disabled. You'll opt in. Cool. So there is a built-in health monitor. There's a lot of information that is exposed. Steps to protect the proxy server. Fair enough. That's exactly the thing we were looking into this morning. Proxy servers. That was from the old Core OS, the 6-year-old Core OS talk. All right, but we're not going to use this for now. It's just nice to sometimes see it so you remember that it's there when you're going to need it. What we need to worry about at this very moment is how do we provide examples? Server object example. Yeah, we don't want that. Oh, an object. Huh. How does that work? Okay, so, oh, sweet. Okay, so probably it's a little tedious, right? Boom, 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 boom. I should be okay. So let's poetry run Python import app. I don't know how it works, so I'm saying from app import item model. Okay, that was a lucky guess. schema, no, schema, no, of validation. Okay, so how do you get from Pydantic data classes? How do I get a schema? I can do probably this, right? I can say item model schema. Oh, here. Okay, there's another resource I can consult. This, and that's probably right here. See, so right here I can see populated user, got the model. Interesting. Can I, okay, so how about this? Can I only internals? Give me something on internals. Oh yeah, here we go. Pydantic. Cool. What if I, here we go. Here we go. That's a bit of a tedious way at this, but anyways, what it looks like item type object property and then properties, because it's an object, which I feel, let me see if I did the same thing. So item properties, yeah. Okay. And you have the same thing here. Type object and then properties. Object, title, type string, URL, title, something, type string, data, title, type, array. Items. All right, cool. I can fox for that. Alrighty, so what we want to do, this thing is sufficient clear. We just need to cook up an example. So I can close this for now, close that for now, close. I want to think about this bit. Can close that, cool. Close this. Open API. I feel like we've got this already. None of this relevant. Oh, let's just close that, close. Got most of this. Is there anything I overlooked? This chunk on authorized error. You know what? Just replicate yourself in a way. Just heard someone say wet as the kind of like opposite of dry. I did everything twice. I love that. Was like Tawny. Tawny is a Twitch streamer, dope person. Follow or to watch while coding. All right, so here we go. This was old static stuff. Buff parameters, not so interesting. This is kind of like cool because we can kind of just see visually what these things do, which is extremely helpful. Here we go. Example value. Where do we define this? This is not example value actually. It's just a schema. All right, so let's just double check that we exit this. Right. This thing up, hits up. Default small. All right, so what we saw here, yeah, here. Big body with a description, application test comes from here. User is some user. That's this thing has a string. So we just basically pass that along. And this is like a different style documentation, so we got to keep our docs separated, right? I guess what we want here is Swagger. Oh, this is not it. So let's just see what the UI says. Swagger. Okay, weird. Did I not? Okay, I missed the infix. The path docs. Code dix docs. There we go. All right, a lot better, right? Move on. Something fun. Did I provide value? That's funny. Did I do that? X, Y, Z. Ah, okay, cool. I did provide an example. And the schema, well, easy enough. I like the Swagger bit a lot better. All right, so let's just go for the README, right? Code. So usage, running the code, checking, examining API docs. API docs will be populated and just point towards the link. That's a list, and then C. Regarding static API setup. Right. All right, so let's just list the endpoints. Localhost. I don't know, 3000. That's the way this app is built. Docs. I'm pretty sure I wrote this somewhere. Only one place. Okay, cool. Docs, Swagger, and what else do we need? These are the ones that are really relevant right now. Open API config. I don't know. Let's give it a look. Let's give it a glance. See what the hell is there. So I feel like this dot open API. So if I do open API config, this is not found. Weird. There's a setting that yeah, default. Huh. It defaults to redoc. And if redoc is set, then the redoc path is, I don't know. I'm just guessing here. I'm gonna copy paste this. So there's no mistake about my typing in competence. Oh, there's nothing here. So who's lying? There's also not outlining in clear terms your URI path to the Open API config used by Swagger. Unclear what this means. The Swagger just reads the config. That's enough, right? Weird. Let's just double check that the JSON is actually being produced, because if it isn't, then we can't really do the whole stubbing tests thing. All right, so here we go. The entire payload. Let's go to the Swagger. Well, I don't know. Is there like a Swagger online? Explore Swagger tools. Swagger UI. Let's do Swagger UI or playground. Quarkus. I think that was the whole job JVM VM, or okay, it's not. It runs on Graal VM. Was this a framework or was this? I've been eyeing this. If I ever do anything in the JVM ecosystem, I'm probably gonna look into like, hey, how does this work? Sounded pretty Java stack tailored to OpenJDK hotspot. Okay, so this is like lower level, like VM-ish. Or not, containerization. So Quark is tailored to your application for Graal VM, which you run inside of the container, but you kind of get like faster boot and Kubernetes nativeness. Yeah, probably have some notes on this. Not oh, Java. Oh, here, JVM options. That's all I have. Oh, we do have something on Quarkus, but I wouldn't find it. Huh? Okay. Application framework tailored for. Okay, well, smaller memory footprint, reduce boot time. So it's a framework. It's a leaner framework, I guess. Let's start with. This is how site questing goes. Install Quarkus Def, then you have to app up, and then you can do some live coding, code on the fly, ratings resource, blah. Probably gonna do like a starting config anyways. Wow. I don't want to create a fucking account. Just let me test this out. Start exploring. Ooh. No. Swagger editor. Oh, there we go. This is kind of cool. Can we switch this file? All right. So you can kind of like look at, try new editor. Okay, maybe the new editor allows for like JSON input, or does it? Again, YAML. Can we do that? Convert to JSON, but Swagger editor, load example, import file. Okay, so how about, okay, so that clearly wouldn't work. Okay, so what we can look into, your right path to JSON. Can I get something to do JSON to YAML? Yeah, fair enough. JSON to YAML. Do that online. Ha! Lazy. Let's be lazy together. So take this, comma. All right, so we have this, and then we drop it in here. Cool. Works. And you can kind of like see what it looks like. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So how do I undo the combination? Okay, cool. So here we go. Streetlights, Kafka API. What are these things? All right. So use my Vim keys in here. Okay, tell me what Kafka secure is. It's a protocol. All right. And then security, SASL, SCLAM. That's what we defined servers. Oh, sweet. There's this other thing, async API. I kind of like that. What is this? All right, so we got to go back to our notes, right? Remember how we did that opening update. All right, so let's read what the hell this thing does. From basic tutorials. By the way, tutorial code is not the only way to contribute, blah, blah, blah. Concept. Okay, no, this is not it. I just want to go to the overview. Oh, this is not so cool. Open source initiative that seeks to improve the current state of event-driven architectures. Our long-term goal is to make working with EDAs. as easy as working with REST APIs. Sweet. Like this is one thing that is completely new to me. All right. Open API, right? And there we go. And async API. Okay, so this is a to-do. So we're working on this. I love what I'm writing thus far. High level. All right, let's just read through it real quick. All right, next, AP. Server represents a messaging broker system where connections and communications between the producer and the consumer are established. Fair enough. Unlike traditional API servers, which are dependent on request response, message broker interaction. On request response, message broker interactions occur back and forth over different channels. Okay, what's the purpose of servers? Play a important role in maintaining relationships between producers and consumers. When designing and setting up a event-driven application, servers are in charge of delivering asynchronous messages from the producer to the consumers through the use of channels. By integrating different messaging protocols, servers can transmit and exchange messages between clients. Yeah. Client and server. So here we go. Yep. The diagram above describes bidirectional communication between several clients and one server. In this case, your async API file. In your async API file, you describe the server, and therefore the server object holds information about the actual server, including its physical location. All right, broker-centric. Diagram above shows the broker-centric architecture. In the case, we created 3 async API files for producer, consumer, and consumer 2. In these async API files, the server object provides information about brokers so that API users know where to connect and to start receiving or sending messages. So 3 files. How is this broker-centric? Because, like, what? We created 3 files, so we created what? Consumer 1, 2, and producer. I don't understand this. No. Keep reading. Sometimes you keep reading, you discover. Producer is an application that senses state changes, events, and publishes those events as messages. An event indicates a state change or update triggered by a user device's action. All right, following are examples of events: placing an item in the shopping cart, obviously, clicking the subscribe button on a YouTube channel, temperature change in the sensor. Yep. What do we need? Producers. One of the core concepts of event-driven architecture is the pub-sub communication model. Producers are publishers in this model. They're the first logical layer responsible for distributing messages to the broker so that others can subscribe to received messages. All right. One of the core concepts of event-driven architecture, pub-sub communication model. Producers are publishers in this model. They're the first logical layer responsible for distributing messages to the broker. Yeah, we said that already in a different way. So the others can subscribe. Okay, fair enough. The diagram above depicts communication to the producer and publishing events to a specific channel. All right. Publishing events to a specific channel. Between a producer publishing events to a specific channel and a broker. Okay, so that's hidden in there. And a consumer subscribes to the same channel. Okay. In some cases, the entity can be both a producer publishing messages to a specific channel in a broker and consuming subscribed messages from a different channel in a broker. Fair enough. So it's over here, producer doing both. On that note, what are these sweet diagrams? Mermaid JS, beautiful. Okay, in the diagram above, we also have a second producer, boop, that's over here, who publishes to one channel but subscribes. Oh, okay, so this one, to messages from another. All right, consumer. Event-driven architecture to consumer is an application that listens. All right, why do we need consumers? Unlike traditional REST APIs, the EDA, in EDA, event consumers are not expected to respond immediately on the same connection. In this architecture, the consumer is unaware of the producer of other consumers. All they know is when a broker sends them an event, it's because they're subscribed to it. When you want events processed, the synchronizing application, consumer plays an important role in completing that event data flow at the event channel. Yep. All right, the above diagram depicts the sample flow of events from a producer to a broker to consumer, multiple consumers. In this instance, the producer publishes 2 events, A and B, and sends it to the broker. Then each consumer subscribes to receive those events. Event A goes to just, no, because they're subscribed for it. Event B goes to those. All right. Channels. All right. This is basically like a RabbitMQ, ZMQ, whatever, MQ, Kafka, whatever primer. I like this. This is a really good resource. Channels, mechanisms created by the server for the organization and transmission of messages. Users can define channels as topic, queue, routing, key path. Channels as topic, queue, routing, key, path, or subject, depending on the protocol used. Yep. Why do we need channels? Channels play a crucial role in communication between producers and consumers. A producer can send a message through the channel, and the consumer receives messages from a particular channel. The channel's role is source purpose is to ensure the right messages route to the right consumers. Mailbox. Not really, but it's a pipeline effectively. The diagram above shows the communication between producer and consumer, which with the producer sending a message through the channel then queues the message to the specific computer. Okay, so did I get it? Communication between producer and the consumer. So this side, with the producer sending a message through the channel, so the message here goes through the channel then queues. Fair enough, depending on what kind of channel it is. Application is any computer program or a group of them. Yeah. Application could be a microservice, IoT device, mainframe, blah, blah, blah. Users may write application in different programming languages that are supposed, if they support one of the selected protocols. Yeah, an EDA, an application must be a producer, consumer, or both. Apps must also use a protocol the server supports if they wish to connect and exchange. Yeah, producer, application, message, channel, message. Okay, yeah, that's an easy one. All right, and then protocol. Yep, here we go. MQTT, Kafka, HTTP, WebSockets. These are examples of protocols. Why do we need protocols? Well, when a producer detects a state change and publishes events as messages, the protocol carries those messages to the channel and then to a consumer. Protocol plays a vital role in message transmission. Diagram above depicts the message exchange flow from producer to broker to consumer. From producer to broker, like Rabbit, to consumer using the MQTT protocol with quality of service level 0. This means that the information exchange from producer to broker is delivered at most once. That's a good one, actually. I have like 0 notes in it. Oh, okay, yeah, fair. I put some notes in it. Shall I broker? Probably I should rename this to. Actually, let's see. Who backlinks do this? Actually, Kafka. Okay, so I could probably. Come on. Of course, I rename things. Kafka. Here we go. Backlink. Why couldn't I follow the backlink? This is DevOps. Well, it's also in DevOps. All right, so restructure this. This can become as long as you want it to become. So I'm just going to find out which other files are in here. The DevOps. What do I have in here? Brokers. Probably brokers. Actually, do I have anything on event? All right, here we can stuff it in here. Kafka, RabbitMQ, MQTT. I can add the link to that one. So RabbitMQ, that's an easy one. Link exists. Kafka, that's an easy one. Link exists. I'll then talk about QoS. This goes up there, and level 0 at most. Once we'll figure this out as we go. I'll just mark this as work in progress. Basic API documents, all protocol-specific details that the application follows can be described using bindings. Like what's the binding? In async API documents, all protocol-specific details. Okay, so go back to async. I think that's the right with my open API docs, right? And then API and let's just say bindings. What is this for? Protocol specific details, protocol specific details. Right. Cool. There we go. Message. Communication asset used to transmit and exchange information from sender to the receiver through channels. A single message can be consumed by multiple independent receivers, can also be defined as an event or command. Yeah. The sender includes a payload of data that needs to be processed and serialized by the receiver to an appropriate form of JSON, XML binary like protobuf or Captain Proto or something like that. Captain Proto. I don't know. Insanely fast interchangeable format. Like what are they? Or think protocols, protobufs, except faster. Boom, infinitely faster even. Like 0, like is this a fucking joke? It is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. This does sound like a April Fool's joke. Heavily used in Cloudflare workers. Why is it so fast? Benchmark warfare is only measuring the time to encode and decode a message in memory. Captain Proto gets a perfect score because there's no encoding decoding step. Captain Proto encoding is appropriate both as a data interchange format as an in-memory representation. So once your structure is built, you can simply write the bytes straight out to disk. All right. Did I ever write something on protobuf? Nope, I didn't. Serialization formats. JSON. That's kind of lame. Why do I have? All right, internet. So proto of and proto. That's the way I write it. Seems like it. No encoding, decoding. Common modern CPUs data is arranged like a compiler with a range of a struct with fixed width, fixed offset, and proper alignment. So we don't have to do, you don't have to look through the data to find out where things terminate. We don't have, all right. That's kind of like what happens with encoding. You either convert it to a format, you kind of like try to anticipate, look ahead, see what's there. None of that. All right, so what happens then? Pointers are offset based rather than absolute, so that messages are position independent and integers use little endian byte order because most CPUs are little endian, and even big endian CPUs usually have instructions for reading little. All right, so this is why you can do no encoding. Okay, cool. I'm gonna capture that link for future reading. Org ID up and buff org ID. Not done anything on that. No encoding versus protobuf, huh? Something I can work with. Where's my mouse? Okay, here we go. Yeah, cool. So here we are. This one here. So back to reading, back to get back on topic. All right. So yeah, it may also include metadata, i.e. the information that describes the message itself. This metadata is often known as header properties. Okay, change mode. Visual, intervisual line mode. Okay, so intervisual mode. Mode, enter insert mode. Boom, boom, boom. How many modes? Find mode. Oh, okay. Okay, visual mode, visual line mode. Okay, here we go. Okay, so in the diagram above, all right, so let's get this. The diagram of the center application transmits a message to the receiver application. Okay, that's pretty clear. Messages versus events. A message carries. So here, can I get a cursor? Fiddling. All right, so back to this one. Just focus. Focus. It's hard. Message carries information from one application to the other, while an event is a message that provides details of something that has already occurred. Yeah, okay. Semantics. One important aspect to note is that depending on the type of information a message contains can fall under an event, query, or command. Let's just make that distinction. Message can be of event, query, command, data, transmission, asset. And I don't see something happen in query. The query kind of like a command. All right, so that's the this is ontology, not topology of how these topics are related requests. So let's just do structure it in the same way. Overall, events are messages, but not all messages are events. Boom, that's correct. All right, so this is a tutorial. Let's do the type. Getting started. What it says was an introduction. Open source initiative that seeks to improve the current state of event-driven architecture. Our long-term goal is to make working with EDAs as easy as working with REST APIs. It goes from documentation to code generation and from discovery to event management. Most of the processes you apply to your REST APIs nowadays would be applicable to your event-driven asynchronous APIs too. To make this happen, the first step is to create a specification that allows developers to define the interface of the async API. Design first, yes. Much like OpenAPI, aka Swagger does for REST APIs. Yes, thank you. The async API specification lays the foundation for a greater and better tooling ecosystem for EDAs. If you're looking for a solution to automate and formalize the documentation or code generation of your EDA, event-driven microservices, you are in the right place. Likewise, if you're aiming to establish solid standards for your events and improve the governance of your asynchronous APIs, welcome to your new home. All right. Many developers, architects, and product managers have used REST APIs and are familiar with a synchronous communication pattern. Let's wait for responses. That works. You enter URL in the browser, address bar, and it sends a request to the server. The server then sends the response with the website content. The web is the greatest implementation of the REST API. However, there are certain situations where you don't really need a response from the server. In most cases, it's only important to have some confirmation that the request was received. This is called fire to forget. It's very useful when you want to communicate or inform that something has happened. You're not requesting or asking for anything, thus you don't need a response. Some examples can be sign up, new follower, fridge is almost empty. Along with the event, you may also want to send extra information. For example, user signed up, here's the user information, name, email, age, etc. New follower, following details, username, name, picture, etc. Fridge is almost empty, which is almost the same like a user sign up actually. Fridge is almost empty. Server volume, right? This extra information is often referred to as the event payload or message payload. EDA uses events to trigger and communicate between services, and is common in modern applications built for microservices. An event is a change in state or an update, like adding a shopping item in a cart on an e-commerce website. Okay, core concept. Okay, there's something I need to do actually. Yeah, I just realized there's a call coming into my calendar. And I kind of dropped the ball on that one. So let me see how I fix this. All right, I'm just gonna set up an invite, call the calendar.google.com. And that's for tomorrow at, let me see, 10. This doesn't make sense. What is that? 10 German time. Boom, boom, boom. I have to make sure that everyone, this is just S107. Up. 7 notes, guests, numbers, at boom, boom. Time zone. Well, just save that, send, create and share. I have a hard cut at the end, so I have to be in a hiring call right after. Don't see that on this calendar, but okay, now it all shows up nicely aligned. Cool. All right. This also has to move, so I'm guessing I'll move it over here. Right after the hiring call. There goes. Thing. Not necessary. The person who knows. The person who's involved there knows about it. Let me see if that shows up on my. Is it reflected? Not yet refreshed, but I believe it'll be there soon. Cool. All right. Now we can consider this almost done. I'll have to get to that in a second. Yeah, cool. That I'll do that offline. Let me get back to this on topic. What are we doing? API. Yeah. Most cases, EDAs are broker-centric, as seen in the diagram above. There are some new concepts in that diagram, so let's go through them now. So publisher, I know. The message broker, I know. The subscriber, I know. Hello, hello. Okay, cool. Broker is a piece of infrastructure in charge of receiving messages and delivering them to those who have shown interest, right? Visual now. They often store messages until they are delivered, which makes EDAs very resilient to failures. So this is an interesting one, actually. If I get out, other side, how do I go to other? Oh yeah, I'm seeing all of them. What's the other one that I really need? This is a cool one. I haven't used this one a lot. Go to root. Scroll down. How do you go to the other side? Like, I thought it was like. Create a new mark. Real quick, right? Up, drop that, do that, and then Vendium. Extensions. In here? Nope. Probably my conf. Browsers. There we go. notes on this? Shared extensions. Shared. Okay. Yeah. Visual. See if I can figure this out. Oh no, page is not there. Is there something else in that? Oh, visual mode, caret browser, maybe other browser. Do I stick with Firefox? Using a caret, what is that? Yeah, V to select text, right? Enter visual line mode. Caret mode is for changing the starting point for, here we go. Here we go. This is exactly what I need. If there's no existing selection when, okay, caret mode. All right, so here, enter caret mode. By entering either of the visual modes, B, visual mode, B, visual line mode, up, 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 up. Either of the visual modes through A. You good? It's healthy day. What are you gonna be up to next?
I'm gonna do a little work before we go.
All right. How much time do we still have?
I don't know what time.
Almost 2.
3 hours.
3. Okay. 3 hours time. All right. Cool. All right. All
You're
right.
fine.
Thank you. See you in a bit. Oh, what are we up to today? We were reading through some stuff. Isn't caret text selection? Yeah, exactly. I didn't know. I don't use caret mode, so in my editor, C seems to do something different. But apparently, I can use it in Vimium, and I just wanted to figure out how to use it because then this becomes easier. I just want to have the cursor so I can read Vim style. Yeah, apparently. Cool. Wow, your daughter's the dopest. Yeah, definitely. It's brilliant in a browser. You can just kind of like navigate without the mouse. It kind of like gets wonky when you have like different frames like this one. You can kind of get trapped in a frame, but most of the time it does reduce the amount of clicking and mousing around you'd have to do. So it's pretty lovely, I have to say. I really enjoy using it. Yep. So we're reading into async API where we started. Let me finish this actually. This is a note for my future self that I know to enter caret mode in the future. So I typically tend to go to my config docs and figure it out from there. But we were kind of like reading through. We did a couple of additional little setup things on our template repo today, only a little bit actually, and then did a bunch of reading on what we're going to be doing for auth. Yeah, and now we're reading through other standards for documenting your APIs. Because we're going to be like outputting the open API spec, and then we want to test the API directly from the spec to verify that when we design it in open API, or we have the open API spec and we design something that we can then later on verify that the implementation is in line with the design document. Frameworks to use, which language? Python. In case you're using Python, I'd pick any of the popular suspects. I think Flask, Bottle, Backsoy, which is probably a variant, or either Flask. They're related. Flask and Backsoy are related. One of them uses the other. Maybe Python. Okay. Docs don't need that. If you're working alone, yeah, you probably don't. Mm. But we are, and we already had the situation where we're like, oh, are we going to document it in a Google Doc document? And you're like, this is going to be the start of a painful experience, because then you make some changes in the Google Doc document. It's not super visible to the person implementing, and then there is like some drift between the documents. Just figuring out a setup to do it kind of like surgically clean from the beginning, it pays down the line. And this is not something that I can use for all the other projects that I work on. So that's kind of like convenient. So yeah, maybe Python. In that case, I pick like bottle or vect, like, or flask. I don't think I would necessarily pick Sanic if it wasn't some production like thing, because there, like, a lot of these frameworks have a lot of this. I think some people refer to it in Rubyland as monkey patching, where like a lot of these objects under the hood get like dynamically like enhanced with capability, which make it really hard to sometimes trace where things come from. Then I think simpler frameworks are just a lot better, even if they don't perform super well. Yeah, okay, so it's your project, it has to turn to a local version probably, and some of the code is in Python. Ooh, this is cool. Let me check it out. Oh yeah, I have to open that. Let me remember that there was a bookmark for this, right? I had a bookmark for this. Twitch chat. Here we go. Would you be so kind to send me that link again? I think I have the chat open. Welcome to the chat. Yeah. Oh, yep. I got it on the other monitor. Topic map for these results. Oh, perfect. Thanks for sending that over. Copy link address, then go back to the browser here. What is this? Cool. Topic map for, okay. This is interesting. Oh, sweet. Haha, this is beautiful. Some beautiful D3-ish type of magic. This is just IP addresses? Oh no, are these DOIs? They're DOIs. Okay. Oh, wow. It's cool. Literature map. All right, this is really cool. No DOI. What is it then? Some identifier of papers, I guess. But I wouldn't know which one. It kind of like for my, oh, DOI. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Interesting. All right, so you can kind of like find related topics. You hover over it, you get the titles. That's really convenient. And this is just based on citations in the texts, I imagine. So you basically link from one paper to another if it links or cites the paper. I love this stuff. Yeah. Really cool. Working on that part. This is really cool. Yeah, so what's the backend cooked in or like built in? Is that, what was Python you said, right? Yeah. Or no, right now this thing is just JavaScript. It's like Vercel, so I'm assuming it's just a Next.js project. Yeah, huge MongoDB database. All right, cool. It's Express. So it's just the back. How do you do that? Can you do like an Express backend separately, or like is it all in the same Vercel project, or did you just ship the Express backend and then these are static assets, so you didn't really need to worry about that? Probably that's what you did then. Okay, so it's just an Express app, and you basically draw the pages from Express, nothing else. All right, sweet, nice work. I like this. Ooh, yeah, that's also cool. Repo, so let's go check it out. Let's go start some stuff, folks. Let's go start some stuff. Um, Look at how beautiful this is. It reminds me of what we're doing with Work Wrong. Bam! Got a star. Is this a collaborator of yours? Is that you? I've solved the problem of your identity. It's just a prototype. I was always wondering, like, who is imposter engineer? I think we figured it out, folks. This is really nice work. I love it. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now I know who you are. Name to the face to the name. All right. I like that. You definitely gave it away. It's been a long time coming, but it's cool. I like that. What was I actually tap into a cross references API? Oh, okay, but I do need my own database. All right, makes sense down the line. Oh, you don't need your own database. I just saw this a minute ago. Maybe not in a moment. If it's just a prototype, as you said, well, then this is pretty dope. So I think it probably provides more than enough utility. Yeah, I don't think there's much more you would need at this point in time. How do you do? How do I open it? I'm trying to get back to like org Roam UI. Right, let's see what happens. Does this thing actually work? This might crash my browser. Production stuff, I need my own database because I have to do some processing. Okay, yeah. I don't know if it's like how many relations you have for the documents. I would this thing brings my machine down to a crawl. This is my knowledge graph with topics and people and how they're all connected. And I even sometimes zero in on a particular topic. So I'm guessing right now, I don't know, I probably wouldn't be able to. Oh, here we go. We zoom out to the section that I just highlighted. And then I can kind of like see all the related topics. I can shake the tree a bit. But it's kind of like a similar idea. I love tools like these that help you think almost visually. There are a bunch of names, so there's a lot of like, kind of like, it's hard to isolate them. There are filters, but I haven't really bothered to really look into how they work. But this already gives me a lot of utility from time to time. I sometimes also just visually like access it through the work buffer here, and I can see the backlinks. But yeah, it's kind of like cool to be able to do that. Yeah, so this is it's Orc Rome actually, which is a kind of like Obsidian or Emacs. And then I use Orc Rome UI on top of that to get some of the kind of like the graphing capability on top of that. That's here, graphical front end. So it just works with all of the nodes that I have in my system. And I can just like whoop, generate some graphics under the hood, something with D3, I bet. Yeah. So you could probably like look into how they did it. They have this. I like the kind of like front end that they have. So I'd have the ability to kind of like zero in on. Let me try that actually. Dive here, and then I have like. Let me not distract this buffer because I'm actually going to do some work in here in a minute. Go to my machine learning nodes, and then I can like navigate to it, right? And then I have all the related machine learning topics like computer vision, and then from computer vision, I made a node on something OCR related, FER. I don't know what it is, but I could pull it up, facial expression recognition. I wrote it down sometime, but I forgot. You know, I'm gonna have a bunch of other links in there. This JS, maybe that's what they're using. Like, I've only used D3 like a long time ago. I have no idea what the state of the union is on visualization libs, especially not for front end type of stuff. I just know them for data visualization needs, so that's the only thing I could find. But yeah, let me see what they're using in Work Realm UI. And probably the package JSON, right? Where is that? Package JSON. D3. Okay, so they're using D3. You're using Fizz. I'm curious to know Fizz versus D3.js, what the difference is. Do you know that? How did you end up with this JS? And have you evaluated D3 or have you read something about D3 before? I'm quite curious to understand how you would land there. Because I've heard others talk about it as well. I just wouldn't for the life of me be able to figure out. Actually, the best thing to do is probably go to Vits.js repo, and then on the main page, should probably already refer to, it's a small followership, but it's probably also a lot younger. Okay. I see what's going on now. They have like a proprietary version, and they have like this kind of like public version, community edition, which is unfair. Like, I know that very often I'll look at something, Alimenda, that's a large engineering company, I think a consulting firm. I often have it where I see that something is not really open, that I kind of like dismiss it, which is not fair because you need to make money, right? But it looks like it gets the job done. So use networks. I also do like, okay. You can add images in there. This is dope. This is dope though. Wow. Love it. Cool. So you ended up with it because a Python package used it. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, look at these dense, smooth curves in action. Let's see. I wonder how well it performs at scale. I love that it stops drawing lines until you figure out the position, because the rendering cost of that would be tremendous. Unless you're like doing this all from the GPU. But then you need acceleration on in the browser. Doesn't work in every system, would be quite a tricky one. All right, let me like that. Boom. Wow, so, here we go. So they ranked it for us. Popularity score, days since last commit. Well, is this dynamically retrieved or was this just aggregated? Back then, there's no data on this. That's a little bit of a Dagger. Haven't heard of that. VivaGraph, Alchemy, huh? Well, it's funny that this article doesn't even talk about D3. I guess list of graph visualization libraries. Oh, here we go. Manipulating documents based on data using HTML. Okay, so this one goes like, this is DOM manipulation. Maybe that's part of the reason why it's not always used by some, because I guess just drawing to canvas is a bit cheaper. There's no ranking. It's just a listing. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, you're so right. Thanks for that. Sure thing. It was really fun to get this insight. Love that. Thank you for that. Wow. All right. So back to work. You're right. You're right. You're right. Got to close that. Close that. Close this. No, that was the this versus something. Maybe something here. Talk about the difference. Comparison. Also 2021. Old stuff. This is old. Algorithms. Components. Low. Algorithms low. Viz middle low. All right. So I'm guessing this is a little bit better. Probably have to implement all these algorithms yourself. And here you kind of like have to do the grunt work yourself. I guess here you're fully leveraging WebGL. And also D3 is kind of like dinosaur category because this is like one of the older ones. All right, cool. So I close. This one I come back to, but I started, so I should be able to find it. Which category do I put it in? Okay. Beeps, not beeps. All right. Come on, GitHub. Are we gonna do this or not? Okay, well, GitHub is trying to sort out its stuff. Boop, boop, boop. Get to bam, topic map, boom. All right. Sorry for the compute cycles. I don't think they're gonna charge you much for it, but if a lot of people are hitting your service and another idiot just goofing around isn't really helpful. Here, wow, this is definitely a beta feature. Like they promised me on the mobile app that this is beta. It might not always work in here. I like see it. GitHub doesn't always ship things that work. All right, so back to this. We were looking at publisher subscriber. Publisher API producer is an application that sends a message to the broker. Fair enough, that makes sense. And we can say the same to the subscriber. It's an application that connects to the broker, manifests an interest in a certain type of message. Okay, leaves a connection, opens for the broker to push message. Piece of information that's sent from publisher to the broker. See by all interested subscribers. Anything frequently cataloged as events and commands. Yeah, okay, they're frequently cataloged as events and commands, as you saw above. Events communicate a fact that occurred. On the other hand, commands are very similar to requests in REST APIs. They instruct the subscriber to do this. To be precise, events and commands share the same structure, but differ conceptually channels. All right, so what happens in channels? One detail that might pass unnoticed from the diagram of the existence of channels. All brokers support communications through multiple channels. The industry doesn't have a common term for channels. Topics, routing keys, event types. I think topics is what they use in RabbitMQ. And then I think routing keys, I've seen that on AWS is SQS-like things. And then I don't know what Kafka calls them. Probably routing keys. Anyways, channel is used. It's usually assigned a name or identifier also. Let's just look that up. Go back to my Kafka notes. Today, I started off a bit bigger. Let me increase that just to be sure that it's as readable as it could possibly be. And maybe I should just put myself in the corner so it is actual full screen. Makes it even better from a readability perspective. Okay, main takeaways. Single section means that there's little value in actually having a header there. So we can drop that. Topic partitions. Was that what I characterize as the difference? What do we have channels here? So I don't see the word channel anywhere in here. The indentation, okay. of topic partitions and consumer effect distribution capability. Single partition, same member of a consumer group. We're balancing. To read this, let's Kafka connector adapter to databases. Okay. Let's look at this real quick. Yeah, oh, this is a nice doc actually. Kafka Stream simplifies application development, building a top of Kafka browsing. Okay, what's the lingo again? They have like consumers, and then they show us stream thread, partition, stream partitions, and paths. The messaging layer of Kafka partitions data for storing and transporting, and the Kafka streams partition data for processing. In both cases, this partitioning is what enables data locality. Kafka Stream uses concepts of partitions and tasks as logical units of its parallelism model based on Kafka topic partitions. All right, so they have topics. All right, so Kafka has topics. I feel like topics, messages, topics. Yeah. Rabbit queue actually. The names don't matter as long as you kind of like, that's the same Rabbit queue and Kafka, both in topic land. Channel is usually assigned a name or identifier, yeah, and it's often good practice to send a single text message through a particular channel. Think about TV or radio channels. Assigned channel is the broadcasters publishers didn't respect the rule. Your subscriber would only see and hear interference, yeah. And not message driven, well, you'll find both used interchangeably, although they are not exactly the same. You'll even find message based and event based in practice. In practice, chances are they all refer to the same thing. Gotcha. Alrighty. Theoretically, message driven is the most generic term, meaning it may use events command for event driven. Yeah, okay, fine. Message driven, event driven, kind of like the same. However, that's not always the case, as Martin Fowler explains in the talk. How many meaning? Oh, let's just open that up for future side questing. We've seen that event-driven architecture helps Royston explain its components. Async API defines and documents each of these components. We're still in the tut. Okay, to continue, choose your next step. All right, well, okay. But from OpenAPI, sweet. This is pulled. If you're coming from OpenAPI, you must know that Async API started as an adaptation of the OpenAPI spec. We wanted to have as much compatibility as possible between the two so users could reuse parts of both. You'll find lots of similarities between OpenAPI and Async API. Just bear in mind that in the world of event-driven architectures, you have more than one protocol, and therefore some things are different. Check out the following comparison chart inspired by Daryl Miller's blog post. Yep. So the info part, oh, this is such a sweet diagram. Mermaid.js is the best, no? All right, so here we go. Paths, this is channels, makes sense. Path item, channel item. Summary description. Okay, we can do, well, we can't, we cannot have summary description on a channel item level. Okay. It's from docs, component, ID, application identifier. Schemas, messages, queries, schemes, parameters, correlation IDs, operation traits, message traits. This is some sweet stuff. All right. So aside from structural differences, you must know that Async API that is compatible with OpenAPI schemas. Message payloads in Async API can be any value, not just Async API. OpenAPI schema, but message payloads can be any value. What are we talking about? Let's go back to the message payload. It can be responses. All right. async API server object is almost identical to its open API counterpart, with the exception that scheme has been renamed to protocol. Fair enough. And async API introduces a new property called protocol version. Okay, open API path parameters and async API channel parameters are a bit different since async API doesn't have the notion of query and cookie. All right. And header parameters can be defined in the message object. Therefore, async API channel parameters are the equivalent. Okay, where's that? Channel params. I guess somewhere in here. Well, path. All right, probably. Okay, I don't know. Conclusion, as you've seen above, OpenAPI and async API are very similar in a real-world environment. Systems don't just have or bit of mix. Yeah, but a mix. Most of the time, the information flowing in the event is very similar to the one the REST APIs have to handle in requests and responses. Thus, being able to reuse schemas is a huge win. I'm writing in something hands dirty with some actual examples. Let's learn how to write an async API document. World app. Oh, right. Okay. Let's define an application that's capable of receiving hello something message. All right, we're just gonna linearly walk through this. Let's get into the details of the sample spec. So the version 260, the first line, the specification starts with document type. Yeah. Recommended practice. The info object contains a minimum required information about the application. It contains title, which is something we've seen, version, which is not mandatory. It's time to recommend change the version whenever you make changes to the API. And then channels section of the specification houses all the mediums where messages flow through. For example, some systems use topic, event name, or routing key. Different kinds of information flow through each channel, similar to the analogy of TV channels. In this example, you only have one channel called hello. Yeah. Sample application subscribes to this channel to receive hello name messages. Okay, I can see. Here. Oh, that's there. Hello name. It's a little bit rusted on you. You can read the highlighted lines as well, what is this? Channels. Inside of channels, we have payloads, I guess. All right, so this is the payload of the message that the Hello World application is subscribed to. You can publish to the Hello channel. Publish to the Hello channel, and the Hello World application will receive it. Okay, cool. Fair enough. The payload object defines how the message must be structured. In this example, the message must be string and match the given regular expression in the format hello name string. Okay. Async API document is a file that defines and annotates the different components of a specific event-driven API. Format of the file must be JSON or YAML. However, only a subset of YAML that matches the JSON capabilities is allowed. Fair enough. Async API document is a machine-readable definition of your event-driven API. This document can be used afterwards to generate documentation and code validate the messages your application receives, and even apply API management policies to your messages before they arrive to your broker. Yep. Now, machine-readable, easily parsable by code, so the myriad of useful applications is endless. Right? Servers, let's understand what they do. Previous lesson, you learned how to create a definition of a simple hello world. Let's take it from there. In this article, you'll learn how to add servers to the async API document. So let's make sure we understand what servers are, right? Because my head feels like a regular broker. Okay, that is it. That is it. Let me just quickly. That's the. I'll put an example in there. servers. Channel conduit. Action scope. Action or topic scope. Make it clear. Let's also add an example here so I don't always have to go looking for things. I need them such that I also have something to query when I'm mid-flight or somewhere where there's no internet. So now you've added a new section called servers in your basic API document. You may have noticed that our example mentions AMQP. This protocol is very common. It was popularized by RabbitMQ. Among others, we picked AMQP. But you can use any protocol. The most common protocols are MQTT, widely adopted by the Internet of Things and mobile apps. Kafka, popular for streaming solution, WS, WebSockets, HTTP. The servers section defined. Okay, so let me put a couple of examples of servers. Kafka, MQTT, AMQP. Is that correct? Yeah. And what's the other one? WebSockets. Oh, this is all self-explanatory. Streaming. Oh, you can do like HTTP. Streaming HTTP. APIs. Obviously. Sockets. All right. Like this. And did I? No, it's not a channel. Server. All right. Server section defines where your application should connect to. Start sending where to connect. If you're using a broker-centric architecture such as Kafka or RabbitMQ, usually you specify the URL of the broker. If you use a classic client server model, then your server should connect URL. And now you know where Hello World application connects, and you can start receiving hello something messages. Security. All right. In production environments, your API may have access to a message broker that is protected by some auth mechanism. All right. Some examples: user password, certs, API keys, OAuth 2. If you're using async API to find the API that connects to a message broker, you're most probably making use of user password certificates. Traditionally, message brokers and our infrastructure pieces serve an internal purpose and they're not exposed to the public. That's why their security mechanisms are also simpler than what we're used to with REST APIs. However, async APIs also helps you define your HTTP streaming APIs, and therefore it supports more sophisticated mechanisms like OAuth 2 and OpenID. So, like some of these things, I conceptually know what they are, but see, I wrote something on OpenID. Don't ask me what it is. Identity layer on top of OAuth 2. Okay, fair. OAuth 2 is the successor to OAuth. What is OAuth? I didn't write that down. It's this complicated dance to kind of like authenticate, right? A user. We all use it. I am couldn't be bothered. It's not the right answer. Not the right answer. All right. All right, so continuing with the Hello World application example, let's learn how to define a simple security scheme. User password, that's it. Both security schemes, and we specify that below inside of what components. So the example above shows that specified your server Kafka broker requires a user password pair to establish a connection. Let's break this down. New property in the server object called security. This thing I'm not going to worry about. I think I need it. I don't know where to come. Async API document. All right. So learn to wait a minute. Give me some context where we are, because I'm not planning to walk through all of these docs. All right. We're done with the getting started. Good. All right. You'll learn how to create a async API document based on real world use case. Additionally, you will learn about the metric architecture. Yeah, I think I've kind of like seen this before. Smart planning, and you install Smart City Streetlights. The smart lighting system is a use case of the Internet of Things. You may We'll create a smart lighting streetlights API using Node.js and Mosquito MQTT as a message broker. This API will allow you to manage streetlights remotely. You will want to build a system that operates under environment conditions. You will implement an event-driven API with a message broker at center. Streetlights will publish information about their environment lighting to the broker. App will connect to the broker and receive a stream of events from all the streetlights. App decides based on events when to turn streetlights off. Okay, application is not aware of how many streetlights are publishing events. It just connects to the broker and receives all events. All right. So what is this? Design pattern built around production, detection, reaction to events that take place in time in this pattern and message broker. Components for event exchange. This allows independents to talk to each other. Furthermore, the PubSub is appealing for IoT use cases due to two key features: flexible coupling between PubSub and inherent support for point-to-multi-point time transmission. Yeah, fair enough. So we create a document. In this step, you will create an async API document. We'll not create one. You can use Studio or async API CLI. Okay, that's kind of like one. What's this one? Ah, okay. Is this in my? I have to copy it over to the right place. I believe here on YouTube. So I'll add it to my playlist. Oh, stop. How old is it? 5 years ago. Probably heard parts of it, but I don't know. Save to later.
There is some kind of common thing.
Okay. So we've captured that. This thing here, we probably don't need at the moment, but here, this we wanted to check out. Project only 119 stars, so people are not very aware of this thing, are they? PM. Right, so you create docs. It's a big document we're running async API. Go ahead and create. So maybe I should look at async API alternatives, and then you're going to end up with a shitty alternatives website, but. Languages, open API tools. Let's just have a look. Different API types. So pressed. Yeah. EA. A nice recap of architectures. Like read. I already have to do. This is the title of this thing. API types. Oh, I like fits API types. It's right in there. Weird. I'm going to read under API. Here we go. Much better. This can go to the bottom. Nice. You organize that. Learn more. 12 minutes. Okay. So we've seen that. Modeling, editor, and code generator for message-driven architectures with async API. So I'm not gonna read that. Maybe there's some good ideas in there, but oh my goodness, look at this. Why do I have such an aversion to graphical tools? And a model. Okay, well, I could find this again on, but I need to. That is a nice resource. Let's take this one and then drop it towards the end here. Okay, so auto generators. What do we have? Converters. Google Gnostic, compile OpenAI, OpenAPI descriptions into equivalent protobuf. It's this OpenAPI tools like what is web-based API designer for OpenAPI. This is kind of like interesting. Best case designer. Doesn't support version 3. Macintosh. Yeah. This is kind of cool. OpenAPI filter. Filter out internal private paths, offers blah blah. All right. Think of. Okay, we don't need that. I should just find a new way of mocking microservices. And the demonstrated complication. Sorry, it's all demonstrated common features. So I can just spin up something from a mock. No, you have to define a custom config. Okay, let's do like a quick getting started walkthrough. Start on Windows Brew install. Get the source of config. Oh, let's see. Waiting. This is weird because are we routing onwards to some other page? That's a weird one actually because I can't tell. Simple smog. Huh, weird. I can't tell from this thing. Ah, sample config. Okay, I can't see what is in there. All right. Cool. All right, something to look into. OpenAPI. This is like a mock, kind of cool. So close that. Model-driven development of asynchronous message architecture. It's the paper. Whatever. A. 2020, old shit. But who knows? Maybe there are gems in there. Internet of Things. In the Internet of Things, we have the object evolved in cyber physical systems. Massive use and deployment of systems as placed in the ELA due to the scalability requirements of IoT. Distributed asynchronous scenario, most widely used for PubSub. Let me switch back to where messages sent and received based on a set of categories or topics. Interoperability challenges. Consistency messages across categories and structures key to avoid potential losses of information. Ensuring this consistency requires complex data processing logic, both in pub and subsites. In this paper, we present our proposal relying on async API to automate the design and implementation of these async arcs using model-driven techniques for generation of part of message-driven infrastructures. Two different ways of designing the architectures, either graphically by modeling and annotating, blah, blah, or textually by implementing an editor compliant with the async API spec. We have evaluated our proposal by conducting a set of experiments with 25 subjects and different expertise and background. The experiments show that 1/3 of the subjects were able to design and implement a working architecture in less than an hour without previous knowledge of a proposal. Okay. All right, just skim. Okay, this is what it does, right? Let's kind of like event-driven architecture. What is this here? Spec. That's the spec. Okay, we've seen a blog post just a minute ago that refers to this. same blog post, just better pictures, like better fidelity, higher fidelity. And then what is this? Text grammar. Okay, cool. That was the meta model. We've seen that. Then this is kind of like probably Eclipse, whatever. There's some stuff in there. You connect some stuff, I guess, and then like we're gonna have to fast track drag. What are the colors? Number of people. I don't know what this means. Like, was it the level of knowledge she had of the thing? Like, little knowledge to very much, like a lot of knowledge. So MDD, what is MDD actually? Model-driven development, okay. So I would have been in the one here and the one here. Eclipse. I know the tool, but I fucking hate it. MQTT. Okay. How do you get people? Like, so async comms, not too many know about it. Same here. I actually feel this distribution is kind of fair. This is pretty, like, okay. This is not super interesting. That was the tool already. Holy smokes. You can write a paper, go as deep as you want to go on all the citations and stuff. Okay, all these doys. All right, cool. All these doys. All right, close. 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 Close that. I think I have that for my own notes, so that's fine. And post the Captain Pro stuff. So, question now is we have to head out to an exhibition in less than an hour. I think I have a rough understanding. Okay, so here you can do like new stuff, do a tutorial doc, specification documents, title async API. Well, we can probably look up if we have packages. I'm just gonna look up async. Nothing for us. I can also stop like a node modules directory and just use it through that because I believe that was it. All right, cool. So. Okay, you work on this thing, you make a modification, break it down in pieces. Okay, moving on, let's talk about. Yep. For example, light measures. All right, so let's do RabbitMQ Python. Yeah, let's do that with async IO, right? As Google is suggesting. RabbitMQ, just keep it simple, pick one. Ooh, cool. Asynchronous IO, this is a beta version of the port from the official tutorial, please. When you found an error, okay, blah, blah, prerequisites, as soon as RabbitMQ is pre-installed, and running in that, blah, blah. All right, now that a producer, sending async def main connection await, blah, you connect to the damn thing, and then you await declare queue, default channel, okay, and then async with connection channel, await channel, and then receiving, boop, comes in, do some magic, done. All right, so this is pretty simple looking. Just conceptually, look how this all works. Async IO, Pika, right? All right, adopted from the official tutorial. So what is IO Pika? RMQ for AIO, RMQ for async IO in humans. All right, cool. So we close that confined package. Okay. There are a lot of options here. Like, let's see, what does RabbitMQ official recommend, right? Let's just look at Python RabbitMQ and then say async. And we see if we can find something from the source here. That's hello world. So this is, all right, blocking connection, basic publish. All right, so let's just ask if there's anything there. Nope, there isn't. Before tying it together. Let's get into the main event loop. What's their, like, okay, here. All right, so let's look at Pika RabbitMQ. Let's see the official M, okay. And then they probably refer to something async. Okay. All right, so in terms of documenting an app like this goes, then I would basically am here on the consumption time. So channel basic consume test on message callback. So I know which callback to fire. And it would be nice if there's a way to like decorate that. Okay. Just looking at the options. Just looking at the options. Quick start. Consumer. For sure. Message processing. Actions. Okay. All right. So, sorry. This is now the question where the async API thing comes in. Async API Pika. Yeah, AIO. No mention of it. Async API. Let's see. Ooh. Idea. Interesting. Let's see. Abandoned. Kind of 2 stars. Zerlock. Zavlok. What is Zavlok working on? Not super much. Serbia. All right. All right. So I think I've seen some opinionated revenue client. Let's see why you're so opinionated. Complexing using AMQP client by extracting away AMQP channel. I use it only as a protocol coordination mechanism. All right, remove the no wait keyword to ensure a single round trip pattern of behavior. Okay, what does it look like? Await as client and await client confirm select if not await client publish. I'm actually not too clear what this does because okay, we try to publish and then the publish method returns boolean back false, then publish comes back false, we just failure. And loop, run the main function in there. All right, so this is not going to run forever, obviously. Not forever. This is there. Okay, so I think I have now a bit more context into the whole async API thing. Let me just look into that's going to be stuff. All right, but for now, we don't hardcore need it, so we're back to Open API. And then the concrete question really is now from this. Okay, so I'm going to this. I get the docs swagger. I need to document. I'm going to close a bunch of things, right? It's generating of this, blah, 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 that's okay. Then the code generator, how can we generate code? What kind of code? Yes, okay. And update with Studio. Probably don't want to do that. Let's just see how we do it in runtime. Yep. What do we have here? Async generation template, validate message npm started. Blah. Okay, send a correct message. Oh, I like that. Unlike that, I have to do this in JavaScript or TypeScript. That shouldn't really matter. We created an tutorial using Killer Coda. It's another version of Streetlights tutorial that will always work for you no matter what operating system you have. All right, cool. Open async API. Python. That. Weird. And so let's have a look here. 0.14, super early days. I'm not going to touch that. Interesting. So this whole thing here, packages. There's quite a bit of give me some community perspective. Tools and services. Let's see what's here. Everything is go async API. Perfect. Java. All right, so this is where we go. Put it inside of my notes. This is relevant information. And this goes up, right? This goes in here. I related. Okay, so let me kind of like get a sense of what's going on here because I haven't spotted Python. Async. Oh, look at that. Listen, 08, come on. In all fairness, it's going to be, oh snap. Now the problem is I've used this framework before once, like what's it called, Thespian. Tried to use it, and it's completely unsupported at the moment, I believe. So It's always like a tax you pay for using things that aren't. All right, but this is kind of cool. Okay, maybe it's okay, guys. Let's look at Apple. Oh, there, Cala was located at API handlers. Log user error. Okay, so I can see sign up. With separate specs. So that, okay, so servers production my company API socket I own, it's WebSockets protocol. Did I get that wrong? Maybe. That's not sure. Come on. Yeah, that's clearly telling me that. Or question marks there. Assign my own namespace. Interesting name for channels. What does application know? Right? So how does this application know which channel we're talking about? User error. What makes the difference here? Like, how do we know that it's just a prefix in the function name? I wouldn't like that. Oh, namespace. Here we go. Emit namespace. That's what happens. We don't specify here. These are just authentication helpers. We spin this up. Message to Redis. App Flask app. We async IO run it. And then we can do some security stuff. We can mock. This enables the consumer of a socket AI API to interact with the API before it's even built. All this shit is pretty cool stuff. All right, so from AD, ED, add to my sales list. All right, cool. Okay, now we're going back to this thing, right? So server still running. Redoc here. And so we have the open API JSON thing. And then if we do redoc, that's what we get. That's fine. Swagger, that's what we get. That's fine. Time to leave? Okay. Close one. This is a little cold for you.
I'm tired today.
Oh, sorry. It's good.
That's
Oh, I see. Are you just tired? You don't want it? You can't sleep now? Oh. Just sleep there. So. What are you working on?
Brainstorming for this exam.
Okay, cool. It's kind of nice, like a nice day out there. Huh?
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah. Did you eat something?
Yeah. You said no.
No. I'm just thinking about what I should get to eat.
Yeah, maybe you did something.
Yeah, and then probably I wait. Like we're leaving in like what 30 minutes.
No, no, they, oh yeah, oh yeah. No, we only need 11 hours.
I blocked my calendar starting at. I thought you mentioned I have to block starting at 1600.
Yeah, exactly, but I think it's enough if we leave at 16:20.
Really? All right. That's fine. Works for me. Cool. Alrighty. I am going to pause the stream or halt the stream and do something else, get some food. All right, folks. Let me do some wrap up stuff and then I'm going to call it a day. Which one? I can do that. Yeah. All right. Got some errands to run, folks. Y'all be good. Thanks for tuning in. We got a little bit smarter today, I hope. I can close the beta class thing. I'm probably not going to use this, but I do want to go back to this to kind of like see what capability I have yet to learn about. So how about clear editor? Oops. Snap. Cancel. Edit. How do you reset this thing? All right, there we go. All the docs here, terms of service, contact. That's kind of funny that I couldn't do. Whatever, this is not important. Anyways, I'm going to tune out. Let's get chatting. Ciao.